Hello, everybody. Hello. Yeah, everybody, welcome on in. Welcome, everyone. Ah, as always, JR here with our continuing trip down the Life is Strange franchise here with Life is Strange Partners in Time, book 3. So we've done the first two trades already. So we're up to the third trade. So that will be. This is definitely gonna get. Oh boy, this is gonna get crazy, cause progressively each one of these books has gotten more and more I guess you could say complicated. uh but technically it's going to get even more complicated by the time this book is over. Things are going to get way more complicated and way more strange, you can say. So there is that. Um so with that being said, a little bit of a thing is not the biggest nitpick. Like, I understand why, but considering where the rest of this, the rest of the books go, considering where the rest of the books go, it would be nice if, what was it? If, the Chloe that was with Rachel had um the episode 3 before the storm haircut with hair dye, which was the blue strand, like just the blue dye on the one strand of hair that's like on the side of Chloe's face here. Probably would have been nice. But I understand why, because considering that the Rachel timeline is going off, is springboarding off of the what if Chloe and Rachel actually did run away and actually left Arcadia Bay um, at the end of the telling Rachel the whole truth ending of Before the Storm. Obviously not counting the after credit the after credit well, I say after credits, but I mean like the scene that plays at the end of when you do of when you're seeing your choices, like the percentages and all that in the final episode. Once you finish that, then you get like the extra little scene that that leads more directly into the original game. But but before the but the Rachel timeline here is going off of what if Chloe and Rachel left sometime during the ending montage. Because before the credits start, you get like the little ending montage of Chloe and Rachel spending some time together, all that stuff. And some of the scenes are going to be different depending on certain choices you made through the game, and depending on whether you chose to tell Rachel the truth or not, is gonna kind of like affect certain scenes that happen during the ending montage. But the point is, like I said, they're going off of Chloe telling Rachel the truth about everything that happened, and because of that, um, it was enough motivation for Chloe and Rachel to just up and leave. So, obviously, it's unclear of when exactly they left, but it is very obvious that at some point after Before the Storm, they leave. Like, they're gone. So, obviously, what happens to Rachel in the original game never happens because Chloe and Rachel are long gone. So they never. So everything that happens to them in the original game doesn't happen because they've been long gone and been living in California this whole time until obviously original Max poofs into the beach um, when she crosses over from the when she crosses over from the original timeline into the Rachel timeline. So there's that. Um, but because of that ending montage, and in the ending montage, Chloe does get the full like blue hair treatment. Then it's like, okay, so obviously she's gonna have to have the blue hair, because if you're trying to keep the continuity of where everyone was by the end of Before the Storm, then Chloe still is supposed to have the full blue hair. So I get that. Um, but uh, and it's also pretty fun that um, plus it's fun that that even the one strand of the not one strand, but the little clump of blue hair that Chloe does have in Before the Storm, being a being a reference to a photo that we see in the original game when Max is going into photos and she's changing like timelines, and then pictures are changing. There is one picture that shows Chloe with the one section of blue hair. I'm assuming it's a I'm assuming it's Chloe's birthday, because it's a birthday cake, and Chloe has a has like a butter knife in her hand, and like David is also in the photo, and it's kind of being like insinuated that she's gonna take the butter knife and like shank David with it, which I don't blame her, but I wouldn't I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go that far, but yeah. And obviously Chloe doesn't go that far anyway because David is around. But hey, anywho, Uh, but let's see if we can jump in here. Where is. Let me see. There we go. There's book 3. Yeah, buddy. Oop. Okay, come on. Let's cooperate. Here we go. There we go. That's much better. Okay, there you go. All right. There we go. That way I can see. All right. Okay. Alrighty. So, book 3, strings. So this book is entitled Strings. Well, there's definitely a lot of strings to follow going on here. It's gonna get a little worse as we keep going. All right. Uh, so we got this really awesome cover, also by as always, but well, not always, but this cover uh done by Claudia, obviously, because at this point you could clearly tell which covers are done by Claudia, because her style is pretty obvious at this point, especially considering you're seeing her art throughout the whole book. So her artwork should be extremely noticeable by now. Let's see. As always, I have the physical copy with me, just in case I need it. But let's. Okay, just making sure the reception quotes are different this time around, because I think they're different with every book. I think they got different quotes on them. But let's see how the book has been received so far. So as you can see right on the cover here, Multiversity Comics again says an incredible achievement, because I believe Multiversity of Comics has been one of the places that has been quoted a couple of times. So yeah. And then there are quotes on the back of the book too, which I'm just gonna read off real quick. And that is boom, 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 boom. Comicbook.com says, for those hoping to see more of Chloe and Max, this comic is a worthy sequel. I cannot agree more with that comment. And then we have what was this? Xbox Hub. Xbox Hub says, oh, very short and sweet statement. Make sure you read this. Thank you, Xbox Hub. That is definitely quick and to the point on that one. Uh, what's the next one? Mass movements. I have no idea what mass movements, what publication or whatnot this is supposed to be, but mass movement says, uh, this book is the. Wow, they're being more cringe with this with this comment than most of the games are. The mass movement says this book is the shizzle, two thumbs up and aces. All right, mass movements. Um, and then what is this? The GWW says, uh, life might be strange, but this is hella cool. Jesus, they're doing worse. they're doing they're doing worse cringy dialogue with these quotes than the games do at this point. Like what? What in the world? Okay, their quoting here is trying too hard. That's definitely what that is. Welcome in, try. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Enjoy the lurking. Enjoy the lurking. Okay, so let's uh let's dig into the recap here. Because yet again, before we continue, love the cover, especially love Claudia's cover here, especially the swirling kind of like the rewind. It's pretty much the rewind swirl, like the rewind swirl that Max does. Except a bunch of the like the butterflies are coming from it, and they're also like flying away, or like uh swirling out of the swirl kind of, and then Max is over here reaching for the one blue butterfly that is all the way at the top here, because all the other butterflies are all like a bunch of like orange ones, yellow ones, green ones, but there's only one blue one all the way over here. And then you have Max reaching for that one, which very obvious reaching for Chloe symbolism on that one. Because yet again, Max has the blue butterfly tattoo on her left wrist to symbolize original Chloe from the original timeline. So that is sweet. Let's see so let's keep it going. There's a nice little teaser. This is a teaser photo here of something to come later in the book. That actually comes, I think that's about the halfway point of when that happens. And then we obviously have the credits here. Oop. We have the credits of everybody at Titan Comics. And then we have obviously the main credits here with the main creative team for the comics, as always, writing with Emma, and the main artwork with Claudia here. So, always. And Surprisingly, the previously actually does get a close up this time, because in the last two books it didn't do that. It would only give you like the page, like the full page. So this time they actually zoom in, like they're supposed to do with the regular panels and stuff. So this makes it a lot easier for me to read without having to stick my head down and read it from the book here. But as always, previously on Life is Strange, Partners in Time. Mysteriously gifted with the power to rewind time, young photography student Max Caulfield became entangled in the secrets of Arcadia Bay. She used her strange new abilities to reconnect with her oldest friend, Chloe Price, and to bring to justice the men who had murdered Chloe's closest confidant, Rachel Amber. Max's abilities came at a cost, however, creating a hurricane that threatened to destroy the town. In one reality, Max chose to save Chloe's life, sacrificing Arcadia Bay. After a year by Chloe's side, temporal stresses from all her time jumping started to pull Max apart. And it was only by jumping away from her original timeline into one where both Chloe and Rachel were still alive that Max could survive. Ooh. All right. After being torn away from her world, time traveler Max found a reality where Rachel Amber was still alive and with Chloe Price. As time passed, Max continued to struggle to adjust. Chloe has been working in a garage while picking up her first commission as a sculptor, one that has brought this reality's version of the high seas to play a gig in California. She has called the sculpture The Storm, which yet again is pretty strange that, you know, Chloe that this timeline's Chloe is remembering is is kind of remembering things that she's not supposed to know about. Like, she's not supposed to know about no storm, and she's not supposed to know about the high seas song that they wrote, because Chloe was singing it like twice, and she's not supposed to know that because she never heard of the high seas, she never met the high seas in this reality. So how does she know any of this? So yet again, it is something that is going to be answered, but not necessarily going to be answered in this book. I believe in book 4 you're going to be able to finally piece together, like, oh, this is why this version of Chloe is able to subconsciously remember these things, even though she doesn't have like clear memories of anything. But subconsciously, like, it's just there for whatever reason. Because it's not like Chloe is like remembering situations that she's not supposed to know. It's just that, like, she's just like, for some reason, I know this song. I don't know why. And then for some reason, I'm making a sculpture of a fucking tornado and I'm calling it the storm, even though I never experienced any of this happening. So, yeah. Pretty crazy. Uh, okay. So continuing with the previously on, Rachel, who's a live streamer and influencer, as well as an aspiring actor, has been offered a touring theatrical gig. Ooh, excuse me. That will take her away from home for 6 months, to the dismay and eventual support of Chloe. Yes, because Chloe was pretty upset by it, but she was able to come to terms with it. There's also a specific reason why Chloe was able to come to terms with it, which Chloe is going to reveal in this book as to why. And it's like once she reveals it, it's like, oh, okay, this is why she's okay with it now. Um, and continuing on with the previously, Max met the distant and isolated Tristan, a mysterious young man living on the streets, who seemingly has the power to disappear at will. Seemingly, he absolutely does. We've seen him do it several times. I don't know why it focuses in on memories of time and the little Two Whales Diner logo, but okay. Um, Continuing, detailing the night his ability manifested, Tristan explained how he saw his best friend get shot when a drug deal went bad. His friend's final words cursed Tristan for abandoning him, even though Tristan was right there, but invisible. Yeah, really fucked up situation there, Tristan. Um, Later at the party, Rachel's friend overdosed. That was Callie, I believe. Yeah, I believe Rachel's friend was Callie. Um, which is ironic. California. Nah. When Max stopped outside to call an ambulance, she saw Tristan um get shot by the same dealers who shot his friend. Um, Instinctively, Max reached out and rewound time. Yes, exactly. That did happen. Um, and yes, the heavy implication towards the end of the book with when the whole drug dealers and everything showed up, that is supposed to be like the same, well, a couple of the same drug dealers um that were trying to sell the drugs to Tristan and Tristan's friend Atsuhiko. So yeah, all of that definitely definitely was extremely obvious because they do make a point in the drug dealers pretty much talking about it. Like they don't mention Atsuhiko by name, but one of the drug dealers does say like, "Hey, I'm trying to, I shot a kid and like stuff like that. Like I killed somebody, like all that stuff." So it's like they make it pretty obvious that it's them. Because they also do mention that one of the drug dealers is like from that drug deal did get arrested. So yeah. Um, Continuing. By using her power, Max saved both Tristan and Rachel's friend, but ended up getting caught by the drug dealers. A joint effort from Tristan, Chloe, and Rachel saved Max from a horrible fate, with the entire incident being broadcasted on Rachel's live stream. That was extremely badass, though. When they literally just walk in and it's like, "Hey guys, you're on candid camera right now. We're live streaming your attempted murder of Max going on over here, and all the drugs that you have there." So yay. um, with with the drug dealers brought to justice, Max made the decision to talk to Chloe and Rachel and tell them the truth of her past. Yes, 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 yes. Cause that is the point. Um the point of the end of book 2 where we left off is where uh Max did tell Chloe and Rachel that, like, yeah, it's time for me to have a long conversation with the two of you. So yeah. So that's gonna be fun. Uh, all right, so here we go, chapter 1, and I do like the little queens. Well, even though it's 3 queens because it's only Chloe, Max, and Rachel. Even though an obvious, like, regular playset of cards has 4 queens in it, but we only have 3 main. Excuse me. We only have 3 main main queens in this case. All right. So, but this is a nice cover from Claudia. Um, not this isn't one of my favorite covers that Claudia has done, but I still like it. I do like the theming of it though. And then we get one of my favorite gags in this. Like, I really love this gag. Okay, so for context, everybody is silent because this is after Max has finished explaining to Chloe and Rachel everything that has happened. Like, where she came from, like what happened in the original game, all that stuff. She's told them everything, so they're done. Obviously, Tristan is there to pretty much, like, confirm. Well, not necessarily confirm, but Max already told Tristan, so he's pretty much there to be like, yeah, she told me the exact same shit type of thing. So he's just there to kind of be like, yeah, she told me the same thing too. Um, and then obviously the Rachel has more of a shocked look on her face. Chloe is just kind of stunned. Like, she's just got like a straight face, like there. Her eyes are kind of like huge though. But to be fair, Rachel's is also. But Chloe's face just looks funny here. Uh, uh But but yeah, so the stun silence is hilarious. Cause bam. Cause it even goes from one panel, everybody's still stunned, silent. And then it goes to a third panel, everyone's still stunned, silent. And fourth panel, everyone's still stunned, silent. At panel 5, everyone's still stunned. And then finally, Chloe breaks the ice and is like, well, shit. which, which is fair. That is a fair, that is a fair statement to open up with after hearing everything Max told you. Like, yeah, I think well shit is kind of a appropriate first words there. Oh. Okay, so while Chloe goes to sit down now, because Chloe was just uh oh no, she was sitting on the couch. Now she's just getting off the couch and is like, okay, I just need to sit on the floor now. Chloe says, when you said last night you wanted to talk, I I don't even where do we even start with that? Yeah, it's kind of hard to where do you begin to kind of process everything pretty much. And Rachel has an idea. Rachel says, "So I'm dead where you come from. You and we never even met because I'm dead." Yeah, that's one way of finding a point to talk about, which Chloe literally face palms with. And Chloe says, "Yeah, that's one place to start." Yep. And then Rachel continues, "And you and Chloe, you found my body, yes." Um, and then Chloe, removing her hand from her face, says, "And Nathan Prescott, he shot you, yes." Um, and then Max, finally chiming in here, says, "This is so much to take in. I know. There's a good reason it took me this long. Ooh, excuse me, to be able to talk about it. Excuse me. I can hardly believe we're talking about it now. Um, I keep wondering if I'll wake up soon." Yeah, I know, Max. Like this is some bad dream that you're having. Um, Even though it's not really all bad. Like, hey, you're living in an apartment in California with Chloe and Rachel. It's like, hey, it's not all bad. Um, and then Chloe says, "That makes two of us. I kind of want to laugh and tell you to stop playing, Max. We're past building pirate ships out of boxes, but I do like how Chloe is talking to Max, but at the same time, Chloe has her hand um almost on Rachel's knee, like kind of uh kind of consoling her, like here. Um, Also, Rachel is back to. If you didn't know this, Rachel is back to having the feather earring actually on her ear this time. Um, and meanwhile, Tristan just chilling on the other beanbag chair. Um, and then Chloe continues, we saw this guy disappear and reappear. Yeah, Tristan is pretty much a good example of like, yeah, superpowers kind of exist. So Max isn't like full of shit with what she's saying. So most likely what she's saying is 100% true. So, yay. Tristan's using himself as like exhibit A as for evidence here. And speaking of which, Tristan starts talking. Tristan says, I call it disengaging. I don't know whether I really actually disappear. And Chloe cuts him off, saying, whatever you call it, dude, I saw it. We saw it. You really actually did, which means that she really actually comes from a parallel world, yes. Um, and then Chloe continues, Maxine Caulfield. This is how you know Chloe's serious because she's using full names here. 100% full names. Um, and Chloe continues, I always thought it was a little too good to be true that you, the best friend who abandoned me once, would just turn up on a beach in LA years later. Would find me there just like that. Yeah, I know that would be a like very huge coincidence to be honest. And then Chloe continues to say, I guess I was right. The high seas, you knew them back in your reality, timeline, whatever, right? Your reaction at Paul's, it makes sense now. Yes, it absolutely does make sense. Um, Chloe continues, Christ, Max, has your whole life here been a lie? Oh boy, ooh, that is a thing. That is a thing. Uh, oop. Okay, and then Max continues. Max says, Chloe almost looks like she's about to cry, but Max says, not all of it, not most of it. I did find you, Chloe. I turned up on the beach, having searched, having found you. Only I didn't just search the world. I I searched all of reality to find a place where you were happy. Uh, and Max continues, and you are happy, Chloe. I came here and I found the friend I'd left years ago. Nothing about that was a lie. I made a new friend in you, Rachel, and I'm so glad I did. And this is also nice that Rachel is putting her hand on top of Chloe there and is like consoling her, almost pretty much consoling her now because it's like okay, Rachel was having like her moment. Chloe puts her hand on her knee to like console her, and then now Chloe is having a moment, and Rachel puts her hand on her hand to be like, okay, that I'm consoling you now. uh, it's uh pretty crazy. It's also pretty sweet because it's like, they're both at the point in their relationship because um they've been in a relationship for like a really long time, because considering um how long um how long Chloe and Rachel were together, we could kind of estimate this. um okay, the original the original game is 2013. The comic jumps ahead to 2014. So that's already like a year, an extra year. And then Before the Storm takes place um and then Before the Storm takes place, what is it? Before the Storm takes place like 2.5 years before the original game. So if we're doing so the math we're doing here is, if we're doing before we do Before the Storm, 2.5 years, then the original game happens. So by the time the original game is over, that's already 3 years. And then the comic happens. At the beginning of the comic, we jumped ahead a year. So we were in 2014. So then that's 4 years. And then at the beginning of book 2, we jumped ahead 2 years. So we're in 2016 still. So if we add that together, Chloe and Rachel have been together for 6 years at this point. So yeah, but at this point, since they've been together for 6 years, it makes it very easy that they both would immediately know, like, when the other is like feeling like really bad, and they already immediately know like when to console each other and stuff without having to say anything, and they just do the little gestures and stuff. So that makes sense. um and now that, since I finished my tangent here, because I was trying to finish my thought, welcome in Jaquette and everybody with the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, everybody. Welcome on in. No worries, Jaquette. Enjoy your lurk, and enjoy your food. Hopefully, your food came out delicious and everything. And yes, Spo. Yes, Spo. It always is, swag. It always is. The finale of Before the Storm is pretty cinema. It definitely is. Hey, no worries, Ama. No worries, Zero. It's fine. It's it's fine. We'll most likely still be here by the time you come back. And also Zero, thank you for the follow also. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's always appreciated. Always appreciated. We'll definitely be here because we kind of just started the book, so we still got a ways to go before we finish book 3 here. So we still got ways to go. So don't worry about that. We'll definitely still be here. And you got Spo with the dancing. Spo with the dancing. Hey, Spo, I still gotta get my prescription from you. Spo RX. I need to get my prescription from Spo here. Spo says, "Show me what you got." Well, I'm gonna need some emotional support pills for a lot of what's coming up in this comic so far. Cause I already know what's gonna start happening in this comic, so I'm gonna need some emotional support pills. uh, okay. So Max continues. But in order to find you, Chloe, I had to leave you behind. Max continues, and the you I left behind was I have to get back to her somehow. And I do like the little detail that as Max is talking about getting back to Chloe from the original timeline, she already has like tears about to come out of her eyes, like as she's saying it. Very nice attention, very nice attention to detail by Claudia with the artwork here. Um, and then Rachel, all serious here, is like, "Oh," and then Chloe here says, "You want to leave again?" And then Max, obviously, like tearing even heavier now, and like actually crying, saying, "I don't even know if it's possible yet. Sometimes life throws us impossible choices, and I'm facing one every single day I'm here. I love you guys. I'd love to stay, but I also left behind a Chloe Price who I loved in the world that we made together. It's a world full of my mistakes, and I don't think I can truly move forward until I own them. I'm ready to do that now if I can get back." Um, I also do like the fact that Tristan is just sitting in the middle of all this and he's kind of just been listening, and he got like the little, the sad expression on his face. Rachel and Chloe have like their like sad expressions on their face. They're, I can't praise Claudia's um I can't praise Claudia's artwork enough. Also, ads are playing, so I am going to take a quick little break. So I'm going to take a quick little break while ads are playing. And I am going to eat my little snack of applesauce that I have here. Where's my timer at? There it is. All right. Mm. Mm. Like I know I'm gonna be a broken record. Like I'm already a broken record at this point. From the beginning of the comic, I cannot praise um I cannot praise Claudia's artwork enough constantly throughout this entire comic run, especially in certain moments with the subtle, like the little subtle details with the expressions and all that stuff. I cannot, like, it always amazes me how much she is able to put so much emotion in a lot of the panels and stuff that she draws, which is really good because this series is all about like the emotions and everything. So having an artist that's able to convey all of those emotions on static images is amazing. Is really amazing. Spo Spo said Team Evil sounds like a generic supervillain league. Um like something Austin Powers would go against. That would be fun having Austin Powers as a arch rival. That would be that would be fun. Hey, I'd sign up to be a supervillain for Austin Powers. That would be fun. uh oh, okay, hold on. Spo said my supervillain arc incoming. To be honest, Spo, for as long as you've known me so far, I think even you would probably agree. It would probably be extremely hard for me to be like a real supervillain. I'm probably way too nice and way too humble to be an actual supervillain. To be honest. Uh I'll finish that applesauce in a minute. Well, not a minute, but I'll probably pick it up again when the next ad break starts. Okay, so continuing, as Chloe clearly has gotten up off the floor, Tristan says, I should probably go. Spo said he was so kind and friendly before he snapped before the incident. Typical. Look at that. Spo is already. Maybe Spo, maybe you can write can write your own comic of my supervillain arc for the beginning of my supervillain origin story. Maybe you can write your own comic about that. that would be that would be fun to see. Uh, so Tristan is like, hey, this is getting kind of serious, and it seems like all three of you are about to have a moment. Maybe I should leave. And then meanwhile, Rachel's like, you'll stay right here, Invisiboy. I need any and all emotional buffer I can get right now. That hey, that is true. It's like Rachel's pretty much like, bruh, you're already in this shit already. It's too late for you to be like, hey, I'm out at this point. Like, come on. uh and meanwhile Chloe is still, well, with her back to everyone, thinking here. And then obviously Rachel worried, looking at Chloe, wondering, most likely wondering if she's all right, what she's gonna say, what she's gonna do. And then Max, obviously with a fuck ton of tears coming out of her eyes, running down her face there, uh, says Chloe, and then, and then Chloe finally talks, saying, "I think I finally get it, Max." And then finally turns to face Max to talk. Talk directly to Max here. Chloe continues. Something has felt different about you since you got here 2 years ago. Not bad, just different. Like we'd lost more than time. Like you were the same person, but not. That is very true. Plus, Chloe is also pretty much echoing the same feelings that obviously Max is also feeling. Because Max is pretty much feeling the exact same thing, almost. Because it's like, yes, this is Chloe, but this is a different, like, Chloe. Like, yes, that both Chloes will be the same up until a certain point. And then from there, it's like, okay, they diverge into different people, because at a certain point their experiences become completely different because they both went in two different directions. Because you go from this Chloe here, who left Arcadia Bay with Rachel, and then you have the original Chloe, where Max is from, who, for one reason or another, was still stuck in Arcadia Bay and never really got the chance to leave. So obviously all of those experiences are going to change people for in different ways. So yeah. So Max definitely knows how that feels. Okay, and then as I do like that, as Chloe is saying this, Rachel is getting up off the floor, and then Rachel obviously uh, standing right next to Chloe, also holding her hand, like grabbing her hand as Chloe continues talking. Um, Chloe continues, I didn't want to question it. I was just happy to have you back in my life, in our life. Whichever Max Caulfield you are, you're my best friend. Uh, Max Caulfield, which yet again, going back to what I said, the subtle little things with Claudia here of just displaying affection and the being able to show how close Chloe and Rachel are without having to say anything. Which, like I said, Rachel gets up, she goes right next to Chloe. Chloe is, fully paying attention to Max and talking to Max, but at the same time, Rachel is, doing what she got to do, and then, grabbing Chloe's hand. So it's not like Chloe is like ignoring Rachel or is unaware of what Rachel is doing. It's just that they're on the same, they have that connection to where they don't need to say anything. Their actions are pretty much like exactly like all that needs to be said is just through their actions at this point. So Claudia, so good, so good. Anyway, now with Chloe crying here, Chloe continues, "For what it's worth, I wish that was enough. But I'm not alone, and that other me might need her Max." Aww. And then we get the nice little comfort hug here. With both of them hugging each other, because hey, both of them need some consoling here. And then obviously Rachel giving them the space, and then Tristan over here still sitting on the beanbag like I am, like he's truly invisible during this whole scene pretty much, except the one time that Rachel like acknowledges him when he tries to be like, okay, I'm gonna up and leave. Like the one time Tristan gets acknowledged is when Rachel's like, nah, bro, you're gonna sit your ass and stay right here. You ain't going anywhere. And then Tristan just being silent after that, just being like, all right, I'm just gonna sit here. I'm just gonna watch. I'm just gonna be very awkwardly just sitting here. And then at that point, still be the invisible guy. Even though he's not invisible, he's pretty much being treated like he's invisible at this point, which is hilarious. Um, uh, oh, oh, somebody's phone is ringing. Somebody's phone's ringing, ring, 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 ring. And then Tristan chimes in, "Don't look at me. I don't even have a phone." Because Chloe, why are you looking at the guy when, come on, Chloe, you know Tristan is homeless. What phone is Tristan gonna have? How is he even gonna pay phone bills? Like what was he gonna have, a show phone? He's gonna mime making phone calls? And the phone keeps ringing, and Chloe, wiping tears from her eyes, says, babe, Rachel? Oh, okay, so it's, what is it, Rachel's phone? Or is it just the house phone? Um, yeah, your phone. Okay. So Rachel snapping out of it like, what? Huh? And then Chloe's like, your phone. And then Rachel's like, oh, I didn't, I didn't hear it. Yeah, Rachel, you were very clearly distracted by everything that has been said and everything that has been going on, that You're the only one that didn't hear the phone that is like ringing loudly. uh, and then Chloe with a nice little kiss on the forehead saying, "Hey, I love you." And then Rachel's like, "I know." And then Rachel's gonna grab her phone and answer. So Rachel says, "Yes, this is Rachel Amber. Yes, I." And then Max over here wiping her tears off of her face. And meanwhile, obviously, Rachel and Chloe back to having the hand holding there. And then Rachel obviously about to uh, go off to the side to finish to handle the phone call because Rachel says, "Oh, I see. That's kind of you. It was nothing." Okay, so Rachel goes, "Let's go" at Chloe's hand and goes off to handle the phone call. And then Chloe says, "So, Supermax and sidekick of Supermax. Now for the science bit." I like I like how Tristan's over here just looking at Rachel just see herself out around the corner there. And then I like how Chloe's just referring to Tristan as Max's sidekick. That's hilarious. Like, why? That's kind of mean. that's that's kind of mean, Chloe. Like, I know you're trying to be cute, but hey, Tr- Tristan deserves a little bit more respect than just being a sidekick, okay? uh, and now Chloe a little more cheery now, with a nice smile on her face, says, "What the actual fuck?" Yeah, I know, right? And then now Tristan like actually says more, says a lot more now. Um, he says, "We don't understand it yet. Any guesses I make may be the product of too, ooh, excuse me, maybe the product of too many years of science fiction or too much time with myself. But I think there are threads connecting parallel realities, parallel strings." Hey, he said the word strings. It's the title of this book. Um, and maybe the threads are like tunnels between those strings, weaving between our realities and the alternatives that we. And then Max and Chloe are just like staring at him, and Tristan's like, "What?" He's like, "Why are you looking at me like that? What?" And then both Max and Chloe say, You sort of sound like someone I used to know." And then they both, Max and Chloe, pointing at each other, with Chloe saying, "Wait, are you talking about Warren Graham?" And then Max says, "Yeah, I was at Blackwell in my other life, remember? Warren, Brooke, Victoria, I knew all of them." "Yep, yeah, you did." And then Chloe says, "This is too fucking weird. I guess I understand why you were reading Victoria's blog now." that, that is true. See now it's starting to click together for Chloe here. Now everything is starting to fall into place a little bit. Um, so Max continues. "Of course, you were a renegade rebel, so you weren't really a student anymore." Yeah, because Chloe was long suspended, well, long expelled by the time Max shows up to attend Blackwell anyway. And then Chloe says, "Now that is easy to believe." I do like how Chloe's immediately like, "Yeah, I could see myself being expelled from school by this point." By that point, um, if I stayed, like if she stayed in Arcadia Bay, she's like, "Yeah, I could see that. I could see that happening. That makes sense." Chloe being self-aware about herself is kind of funny. Um, and then Tristan says, "It looks like you two are on the same page, but I think I'm in a different book. No idea who any of those people are, so you need time to catch up." Uh, so Tristan obviously finally getting up off the beanbag chair. And then Tristan continues, "And I don't think your cross reality nostalgia trip is the right time for me to start throwing in my wild theories." A comic book theory, in this case. Um, Max says, "I guess for me, how we use this is more important than the why. But Tristan, thank you for being here." Yes, exactly. Even though Tristan didn't really like do anything, he kind of just like sat there while the three of you, while Chloe, Max, and Rachel had their emotional like moments with each other here. Tristan was just like, "I'm just here watching." um, and then uh, Tristan says, "Again, Max, pretty sure you saved my life." "This is true, Tristan. Yes, it is." Um, and then Chloe says, "Hey, Invisiboy, couch is yours again if you need it tonight." While obviously Chloe is using her thumb to point to the couch. Um, and obviously Tristan over here pointing to Max when he's saying that she saved his life. Um, and also a nice little insinuation that off screen, well, I say off screen, but off like panel or whatnot at some point, Tristan has been spending the night at their apartment, like crashing on their couch. So, because obviously, from what Chloe said, when she says the couch is yours again, obviously implies that Tristan has like spent the night since they've gotten to know Tristan pretty much. And then Tristan, seeing himself out, says, "I honestly appreciate the offer, but I'm good. Got a hostel lined up." Okay, so he got his own place to go to. So he's like, "Hey, I got my own private room, so I'm good." Oop. And then Tristan going around the corner to go to the front door says, um, you know, messed up as all of this is, I envy you two. We don't all get another chance to rebuild. See ya." And that is some very true advice there, Tristan. And then Tristan about to open the front door to leave. Tristan notices Rachel, and then Rachel wiping tears from her eyes, and she's finished her phone call. Rachel says, "Oh, you're leaving?" And then Tristan says, "Yeah, in the traditional way this time." Yeah, it's like traditionally I'm leaving out the front door so everyone can see me. I'm not like going invisible and then like sneaking out or anything. It's like, no, I'm good. Also, nice little visual reference here with the time spiral on the little whiteboard next to the front door and the refrigerator here below the key rack, the key hooks here. Nice. Nice little rewind spiral. And then Rachel opening the door for Tristan here, so Tristan can leave. Tristan says, "So I don't think I said thank you." And then Rachel said, "For what for?" And then Tristan says, "Not everyone would have taken a homeless bum with delusions of invisibility seriously. You guys trusted me against all odds. Thanks." This is true. And this is also true what Rachel's about to say. Rachel says, "Max was in trouble. We didn't really stop to ask questions. I'm glad we didn't." This is also true. Like, Max was in danger. Like, you say Max was in danger, like, immediately they're gonna be like, "Hey, that's all we need to know. Where the fuck is she? Let's help her immediately." Like, it's not like time wasn't of the essence, so it's like, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares if what, like, what you say? All they need to know is that like Max is in trouble. Let's go help her. That's all we need. And then Tristan says while they're uh, in front of the door on the outside here, outside of the apartment here, says, "You know, I'm not part of her other life either. I know it's not the same, just I don't think our not being there diminishes our place here, you know?" That is true. That is true, Tristan. That is true. Tristan is laying down some truth. And then Rachel says with a nice little smile, "Thanks, Tristan." And then Tristan is gone. Rachel close the door, and then Rachel just leaning against the door, and then just sits down in a fetal position by the door. Okay, so obviously Rachel is still dealing with what was said. So like, yeah, Tristan's words are pretty comforting, but it's like clearly Rachel's gonna need a lot more than that to feel more better. Okay, so Max and Chloe here are just sitting on the floor in the living room again. Um, well, Chloe is sitting on the floor again. Max is now sitting on the floor instead of sitting on the beanbag chair. Um, Max says, "I've wondered so many times if I'd stayed, maybe the flickers would have settled. Or you would have been like torn apart into a million pieces. Because you said you were being pulled and stuff, so I would imagine, Max, if you would have stayed, they the flickers would have probably like torn you apart at some point. Probably would have like popped like a balloon from being stretched out. Um, and then Chloe says, and maybe they wouldn't. It sounds like they were painful, body and soul painful for both of us. Yeah, pretty much. That was original Chloe was definitely getting a lot of headaches and nosebleeds. So, yep, they were definitely sharing that pain by that point. Okay, so, and then Max says, normally when a flicker happened, I think I was in the body of another Max, another me seeing her life until it rejected me out. Sometimes you were with me, but when I jumped here, leaving it all behind, it felt different, more than a flicker. That is also true. Especially in the diner scene. When they were in the flicker at the diner and they were talking to like Dana and stuff. Um, before original Chloe like grabbed Max by the hand and then started experiencing everything that was happening in the flicker, when we saw Max's perspective before that, there was a version of Chloe that was next to her within the flicker. So that reality's version of Chloe was like there. Because at a point, that version of Chloe also was like talking to Rachel at one point. I mean, Rachel, talking to Dana at that point. So, yeah, it makes sense. Um, and then Max continues, when I got here, I hadn't used my powers until last night. That was true. Um, and then Chloe says, call me selfish, but I'm glad you jumped here. And if I were, and if I were her, and I guess I am, I'd know you jumped for both of us. That is true. Like technically, Chloe is over here like analyzing herself and trying to tell Max how she feels from the other timeline because it's like, well, we're kind of the same person, so I kind of probably have a feeling how I would feel in the other timeline, so I'm kind of giving you an example of how I would feel. uh, and then Max says, I hope so. I just wish I knew that that she was okay. And then Chloe says, and consider this: if you're not here, Tristan would have died last night. That is true. He definitely would have gotten shot by the drug dealer and died. Because we did see the drug dealer um, pointing a gun in Tristan's direction, and the drug dealer did shoot. Like we didn't see Tristan like actually get shot, but obviously the implication there was that the drug dealer was gonna shoot him and Tristan was gonna get shot. So and most likely killed. Because it's also not like we were gonna see where he was gonna get shot, but you know, Chloe is giving a pretty fair assessment of what would have happened if Max didn't rewind. So fair. Um, and then Max says, and if you guys hadn't been here, I might have died last night. That is also true. And then Chloe says, and if I hadn't come to LA with Rachel, then she. Yes. Yes. Yes, Chloe, exactly. If you and Rachel did not leave Arcadia Bay when you did, then everything that happens to Rachel in the original game would, well, everything that happens to Rachel by the before leading up to the original game would still happen, yes. So Rachel would have been in the ground. Also nice little detail of like Chloe like kind of fidgeting with her hair here, and then Max looking at her butterfly tattoo, and also touching the butterfly tattoo with her other hand. So yet again, um, visual representation of Max thinking about original Chloe here. So sweet, very and then Max and Chloe here just kind of thinking, and then Chloe says, you know, I'm not one for believing in grand plans, but we got pretty lucky, huh? And then Max is getting up, and Max says, I need coffee or wine. Max, let's not start drinking to this situation. We don't want to turn you into an alcoholic now. You already show addictive behavior with just coffee. Let's not make you addicted to fucking alcohol. Um, and then Chloe says, fucking A. Hey, we still spilled wine on my mom's floor when we were little. That was you, right? And then Max turns around, uh, holding out her hand to help Chloe get up off the floor. Max says, "Oh yeah, that happened for." Did she literally just say for cereal? Okay. Emma definitely knows how to inject the cringe, corny dialogue of the original games in here. And then Chloe says, haha, just checking. There you go. And then Chloe, grabbing Max's hand to get up, says, so do I ever get to see this power of yours in action? And then Max says, well, I mean, you kind of did at the party. You just didn't know it. And then Chloe, immediately putting two and two together here, says, oh, wait, hold on. Hold everything. The paramedics, it was like they magically knew something was going to happen, but. And then Mac, very smugly with her arms crossed, is like, yep. uh, funny. Also, if you haven't noticed by now, Chloe's little necklace is different here. She's wearing I don't know, a bunch of metal pieces. She's wearing like a necklace of like two little like metal plates, and then like a small metal piece like dangling from them, like on a string. Uh, but the key point there is that yet again, it's still the rule of three. Still the rule of three. Still the rule of three. Chloe is still wearing a necklace that has three things on it. And then Chloe says, unbelievable. That's just And then Max says, "Hey, there's some other stuff I need to ask you about." Oh, and then somebody's phone went off. Is that supposed to be a text message? I assume that's a text message because it says ping. Um, yep. Chloe got a text message, and then Max says, "All okay?" And then Chloe says, "Rachel." And this is the text message that Rachel sent. Giving you guys some time to talk. I'm at Paul's. Love you. Um, X's. Yay. That's sweet. Also, nice little advertisement for the High Seas live show tonight. Also, a little thing of what the High Seas logo is in this reality. Because in the original timeline, Chloe designed the High Seas logo. But obviously, Chloe just met the High Seas in this reality, so that has not been. So that is not a thing. So their logo in this reality has a um has like a treasure chest, like an open treasure chest here, instead of the the like pirate skull with an eye patch on it. So also we see Dex in the background. So because we got Rachel here, obviously sending the text message that we just read, and we have Dex over here behind the counter. Um, and obviously Paul's shop is closed as they obviously are getting ready for the High Seas performance. And it says, "My beach house." Okay. Okay, Paul. But it's also kind of shows how close Max, Rachel, and Paul, and Chloe, how close all four of them are. That even though the place is closed, Paul still lets like Rachel come in and like hang out. So I also know how that feels because I was also like really close with certain like business owners or like managers of certain places, and when it would be like closing time or whatnot, and even though they had to like stay a little longer past closing time to like take care of stuff, they would let me just like chill with them while they like handle like things and stuff. So I definitely know how that feels of being that close that they would let you still be there. Um, so meanwhile over here, Paul says those doors open in 2 hours, whether you're ready or not, Tammy. Please be the former. And then Tammy says, "Chill, Paul. What have we got to lose?" And then Paul says, my customer base? Ooh, Paul, Paul snapping at Tammy over here like, "Yo, Paul, come on. Cut your cousin some slack a little bit, okay?" Like how we got, what was it, Rachel over here thinking. And then we got Dex over here with his drink while he's looking at Rachel. So I guess Dex kind of can already tell that something's bothering her. So seems like he's gonna ask her about it. And then Pixie is over here, obviously getting her drums and stuff in order. And obviously that is Dex, because we see him with a drink in his hand. So obviously Dex is the one that's there putting the drink down. And then Dex says, "Glad you stopped by, but your lack of faith in our performance is concerning." Nice. uh, and then Rachel kind of like says, oh shit, I'm sorry. You guys are great. I'm not. What? Distracted, Rachel? Clearly you're distracted. Understandable as to why. Finding out you kind of die in a very serious, shitty situation and a shitty way would kind of be distracting when you find that out that happens to you in a different reality. Kind of give you a little bit of an existential crisis going on. And then Dex sitting down here says, "I'm messing with you. If you were genuinely looking that dark on our account, I'd burn my keyboard." And then Rachel's saying, "Please don't burn your keyboard." And then Dex continues, "I barely know you, Rachel Amber, but you look like you need a face to shout words at. Use mine if you like." Oh, that's nice. Dex is over here hey, it seems like you need to vent. You need to just talk to someone and just vent whatever's on your mind. So, hey, use me. And Rachel with a little smile, thinking. And then Rachel says, "Thank you, Dex." Dexter? Like saying if it's short for anything. And then Dex says, "Just Dex. Dex is fine." And then Rachel says, "It's not short for anything." And Dex says, "Nope, I chose it for myself." And then Rachel says, "Oh." And then, okay. Just making sure I didn't miss a panel there. Um, and then Dex says, "Consider yourself inner circled." And then Rachel's like, "Thank you." Excuse me. And then Paul says, "You guys are far too casual about this. There's gonna be an audience." And then Dex says, "Sorry, Paul. It's Amber Light time right now." Oh, well, clearly Dex is a fan of Rachel's little live streaming here. So, nice little stuff in the background to notice here. Like, you got Tammy and Dwight over here setting up. And then you have Paul over here helping. And then you have Pixie over here in the corner. I'm guessing getting her drumsticks? I'm guessing that's what that's supposed to be. Is her grabbing her drumsticks. Because we could see one drumstick in her hand, so I'm assuming that's what she went to grab. Unless unless she's just randomly gonna be like banging her drumsticks on the counter over here. I don't know. Nope, just grabbing the drumsticks. Okay. Um, and then Rachel getting up for a minute, saying, "Whoa, you've seen my stream?" And then Dex says, "I might have called it," in a bit embarrassed gesture over here. And then Pixie immediately blowing up his shit over here says, "Said the fanboy." Dang, just just blowing his spot, Pixie, just blowing it immediately, just like putting it all out there. And then Dex with a blushing over here says, "Shut it, stick girl." And then Pixie just uh continues walking while laughing over here. It is also kind of funny that she's like twirling her drumstick here. Oh, okay, that makes sense as to why she went behind the counter. She went to get I would assume that's a bottle of water, because she has a bottle of water in her other hand here. So there you go. That makes sense. That makes more sense why she went behind the counter. And then um, Dex says, "That's my real secret out." And don't get me wrong, the whole thing with the drug bust was pretty epic. But I've followed your channel for a year or so. If that doesn't doesn't make me sound too creepy. Why would it sound creepy, Dex? Unless you're like a creepy stalker fan, like with who's sending like Rachel weird messages and shit. I don't think it would be creepy. I think it would be fine. Oop, oop. And then Rachel says, "That's literally what it's there for. So no, but I wasn't the real hero that night." And then Dex says, "You're a pretty inspiring person. You were before the hero thing." And then Rachel curiously saying, "You think I'm inspiring?" And then Dex says, "You work hard, you know your flaws. Sometimes all it takes is a little open honesty to inspire people. Uh, inspire people. Catching drug rings, that's just a bonus." That's a funny way of saying that. And then Dex and Rachel toasting. Dex says, "Together we're strong, right?" And then Rachel says, "Fuck yeah, we are." And then Rachel continues to say, "Though sometimes it's hard not to feel like the least inspiring person in the room. I have some pretty special friends." Yeah, having Tristan and Max with their superpowers would as definitely super. And then after uh, I'm assuming drinking a little bit of the drink, Rachel says, "I've been thinking lately about the places our lives branch, where I might have gone, what could have happened to me." And then Dex, getting up, says, "You know what? I had another life once. I prefer this one. And this is the only one I'm living right now." And then Rachel says, "I hope someday you understand how amazing what you just said was." And then Dwight coming over, like grabbing Dex and tussling his hair, says, "Sorry, Rachel, I gotta steal the guru away for a bit." And then Dwight says, "Duty calls, feel better, yeah?" And then Rachel says, "Yeah," with a nice smile on her face. Okay, so I might as well say this now because um, because it was heavily implied. It was heavily implied within that conversation just now between Dex and Rachel. It was heavily implied towards the end that Dex said, about like their former life and then things like that, and the whole name that he chose and all that stuff. If you haven't been picking up on certain things that Dex has been saying, because they don't blatantly tell you this within the comics, it's one of those things that you pick up like context clues for. Is Dex is a trans man. Dex is trans. So Dex is the first Life is Strange character to be trans, because this issue in particular came out, when did this issue come out? This is book 3. So this is issue 10, and this issue came out November 13th, 2019. Even though Dex literally showed up at the beginning, like in the first issue of this series. So if you want to get technical, Dex was introduced way back when the first issue came out, which was November 14th of 2018. So yeah. So he predates both Izzy and Gwen. So Dex is the first trans Life is Strange character to be introduced in this whole franchise. Because Izzy wasn't introduced until True Colors. And Gwen was not introduced until Double Exposure. And both of those games, True Colors came out in 2021 and Double Exposure was 2024. So no matter how you slice it, Dex predates them by a good margin. So there you go. So congratulations, Dex, for being the first trans Life is Strange character. He's also not that bad. Like, as a character, Dex is fine. But we would get way more like developed trans characters later. Like, obviously Gwen, like, we would spend more time with Gwen, and Gwen is a more central character to the main plot of Double Exposure, so we get like more with her there. And then we also get more with Izzy, because Izzy gets her own is a major supporting character in one novel, and then Izzy is going to be a main character in her own novel. So we get much more of Izzy too. Obviously, if you could tell, the main difference here is Dex not only is the first trans character, he is also the first male trans character, because both Izzy and Gwen are both female trans characters. So and also ads are start. So let me finish up this applesauce. Alrighty. All right. While the ads are playing, let me hurry up and get a drink. Well, get a refill on my drink. Be right back. Be right back. Alrighty. All right, we're back here. All right. So with my whole Dex Dex thing out the way. Um, Also, if if you're Emma herself did confirm that did confirm too if anyone was confused about Dex being a trans character. Even Emma clarified and was like, yeah, Dex was written to be a trans man. Like so yeah. Okay, so with the high C's performance here. Do 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 do. So Tammy says, "Good evening, Florida," and then Paul's like, "You're in Santa Monica, doofus." uh, and then Tammy says, "I know that idiot. Our shipmate just be practicing my East Coast greetings for next month, matey." uh, Funny. Also, we got yeah, everybody's in their positions there. And then Rachel says, "You guys are playing Florida next month?" And then Tammy says, "Yep, got ourselves a sweet booking at some arts festival thingy." Gotta road trip our way over there. And then Paul saying, "Are we sound checking or what?" Yeah, I know. Like Paul's entirely focused on being like, "Bro, like we have a performance that y'all are getting ready for right now. Like, shouldn't we like making sure everything's good?" And then nobody's paying attention to Paul. Rachel says, "Okay, oh my god, please top off today's insanity and tell me the festival is called Art of the Sea." And then Dwight says, pointing to Rachel, "Insanity topped. You're welcome." uh, and then Paul over here shouting, "Guys, I closed the bar for this." Yeah, I know. No one is paying attention to Paul at all. And everyone continues to ignore Paul. And Rachel says, "No freaking way. I'm doing the festival. It's part of my tour route." And then Chloe and Max coming into the bar says, "And I'm going with her." Yay! And there's also the confirmation of why was Chloe able to get over the fact that Rachel was going to be leaving on tour for 6 months? It's because Chloe plans to tag along with her. So, yay. And then Rachel turning around, obviously noticing Chloe just came in, says, "Chloe." And then Chloe, giving Rachel a nice hug, says, "Yep, me and my superstar girlfriend hitting the road." And then Pixie, very excited, saying, I smell a Florida meetup. This is awesome." Some would say wowzers. Um, and then Rachel says, "Max, I'm sorry I bailed earlier. I just needed to." And then Max says, "No need to apologize." I also do like how, as Rachel is doing the apology, she's like grabbing Max's hand to apologize. Well, grabbing her hand with both of her hands to kind of, show how sorry she is. Oh, and then we get a nice little hug, apology hug there with Rachel and Max here. And then Max noticing, well, opening her eyes and noticing something. And then Max says, pointing at the thing, says, "Wow, Chloe, that's the storm." Yep, exactly. So Max notices the sculpture, and which is pretty obvious considering what Max knows. It's like, oh, I know exactly what that looks like. Um, and now we cut to Tristan sitting on the beach over here. Tristan says, "Okay, just think about it this time. Focus." And Tristan continues, "You're not crazy. This is real. Step back." And while Tristan is starting to go invisible and fade out, says, "Go further. Don't just vanish. Don't just step in between. Step." Okay, so he's trying to use his power to see if he's able to get to the trans sect that Max obviously told him about, because she pretty much explained to both Tristan, Chloe, and Rachel like all of what happened to her. So obviously Tristan would know about the trans sect. So now he's trying to see if his powers can take him over there also. And Tristan says through, cause step through. And obviously this is very stressful because you see Tristan is over here like sweating while trying to do this. And Tristan, very frustrated, says nothing. Damn. So that's not working. And then now Tristan, trying again, says, okay, just really think about it this time. Focus. Okay, so Tristan is continuing to try to focus, trying to focus his powers much stronger to try to jump over. Say, and we got another variant cover here of a bunch of different Chloes in different colors here. Okay. And then now we're finally on to chapter 2 here. So chapter 2, we have this is the same cover as the beginning of the book, so nothing much to comment about that because I already said everything I can say about that cover at the beginning, so nothing to say, but still love it. So Rachel, so this is obvious, this is Rachel and Chloe talking. So Rachel says, Chloe, what's this about? And then Chloe says, keep them closed, Amber. And then Rachel says, like, I can see through your hands, weirdo. And then Chloe says, nearly there. And then Rachel says, you know, if you got a new tattoo between breakfast and now, you don't need to reveal it to me in a secret location. Well, Rachel, if she got a new tattoo, I think it wouldn't need this much of pomp and circumstance to hide and kind of do this whole keep your eyes closed, I'm covering your eyes for and guiding you over for like the big reveal type of thing. So okay, so she guides her over to her shed that's in the back of the garage, the same one that her and Max were talking at in the previous book. In book 2, Chloe says, it's not a tat, though now you mention it, maybe it's time for a new one. And then Rachel says, Chloe, come on, what am I here to see? And then Chloe, taking her eyes away, her hands away from Rachel's eye, covering Rachel's eyes, Chloe says, ta-da! And then Rachel, kind of in shock a little bit, Rachel, pointing, says, oh my, is this ours? Like, for us to use? And then Chloe says, is she not a sexy transportation beast? And it's revealed to be a little traveling wagon. So obviously the little wagon here obviously is gonna have like a bed and like a place to sit and stuff in the back and all that stuff. So not really like an RV, like a full RV or motor or like mobile home type of thing, but hey, still counts. Still good enough. Um, and then Rachel says, this is, oh my god, it's so cute. Are you serious? This is ours? Um, it looks pretty nice though. Look at it. Looks okay. Got a nice big ass star on the front of it. Cause you know, Rachel is Chloe's like big superstar, so obviously have a nice big ass star on the little on her little makeshift like tour bus wagon. Um, Chloe says, "Here's my crazy plan. I call it Chloe's crazy plan." And then Rachel very jokingly says, "Accurate and informative." Rachel. So obviously Chloe with her arm on over Rachel's neck here, while Rachel obviously grabbing Chloe's arm here. Also, before we move on, there is a fun little thing to point out here. If any of you have not noticed, um, what's on Chloe's well, it's a t-shirt, but obviously she ripped off the sleeves of the t-shirt. But on Chloe's shirt there, you notice the symbol there? You notice this symbol here? This this yellow, not yellow, this orange broken up circle here with a orange cube in the middle of it. You notice what that is? It seems like Claudia wanted to put in a deep cut visual reference to a certain Don't Nod game, and not just any Don't Nod game, the very first Don't Nod game. And if none of you are familiar with it, this specific Don't Nod game, because you could tell there's the logo. So this little logo here for Remember Me is what Claudia put on Chloe's shirt there. So nice cheeky reference for Claudia to put the Remember Me symbol randomly on Chloe's shirt there. So pretty sweet. Sweet reference there. Sweet reference. I just had to I definitely had to point that out because that is just sweet and very respectful, because you know, also showing how big fans that Emma and Claudia and stuff are, that they don't just throw in Life is Strange references, they throw in entire Don't Nod references even in there. So, yet again, without Remember Me, Life is Strange most likely would have never existed if Remember Me did not exist. Because the memory rewriting and rewriting mechanic with the whole rewinding and fast forwarding and manipulating memories thing to alter people's memories, that whole mechanic was the entire basis for the rewind powers in Life is Strange. So without that being a thing, most likely Life is Strange would not even be a thing, because without the mechanic in this game, they would not have been inspired to do an entire game with similar mechanics. So there you go. Ah. All right. So as we continue, Chloe says your tour starts in a month. Travel and accommodation budget is included in your paycheck, right? Um, and then Rachel says, which is not enough to pay for a camper van. I'm pretty sure. Well, there you go. Thank you, Rachel. Uh, Chloe's little camper van. And then Chloe says, but it's enough to keep us fed and entertained if we already have accommodation on badass wheels that we don't need to pay for. And then Rachel, surprised, like, wow, wow. And then Chloe says, we leave early, get to Florida in time for the pre tour rehearsal, and then we follow the tour in comfort. Who needs planes, trains, and hotels when you have Gladys? Oh dear God, Chloe already named the camper van. She's already gotten attached to the camper van. She gave it a name. That's how you know it's serious, when you give it a name. uh Oh look, Rachel finds it funny. Rachel says Gladys. Is that what we're calling it? Why? And then and Chloe says, "Who needs a reason? It's her name. Respect it." I don't know. Chloe just names things, apparently. Okay, so Chloe says it would confuse her to change it now. I mean, I've been working on her and Chloe's crazy plan since you told me the news. Um, and then Rachel says, after I told you I got the part. And then Chloe says, after you told me you got the recall, I knew you'd get the part. Sweet. And then Rachel, obviously extremely happy and with tears in her eyes, with the big, giving Chloe a big hug. And Rachel shouting, Chloe. And Chloe with her big smile saying, I did good. We like Chloe's crazy plan. And then Rachel, wiping tears out of her eyes, says, we love it. We love crazy Chloe and her plan. This is true. And then Chloe says, well, thank fuck for that. Because honestly, after the work I've put into her, if you'd asked me to choose between you and Gladys here, I can't guarantee I wouldn't have picked the one with the gas stove. That's funny. Hey, hey, hey. To be fair, Chloe, Rachel also has a gas stove. Remember, she's been known to cause some fires. um, and then Rachel over here looking through the window of Gladys here says, "This is the coolest thing." And then Rachel turning to Chloe says, "So," and then Chloe, obviously reading what Rachel was about to say, says, "Max knows. She actually helped me with some of the painting. We wanted it to be a surprise for you." Well, surprise successful, because she was very surprised. And then Chloe and Rachel obviously thinking here. And then Chloe says, "The plan was for all three of us to hit the road if you were okay with it. Max had this great idea of making a photo documentary of the trip, had some uh, interest too. Even offered Perry a free shot of his family in return for me taking some unplanned time off." Well, at least we know that Chloe has already planned to, like, hey, I'm gonna be gone. I'm not gonna be coming into work for like 6 months. So she's already run that through Perry and stuff, her boss. And then Chloe says, that was when we didn't have to wonder whether she was even going to be in this reality, let alone this camper van. And then Rachel, putting her hand on Chloe's face, says, "There's nothing I can say to make this any less weird or any less painful. If we can help her, we have to help her. But if she's staying around, Gladys and I will welcome her on board." Obviously. And then Chloe says, while grabbing Rachel's hand, says, "Am I a bad person because half of me wants her to stay?" And then Rachel says no, which is understandable. And we get another comfort hug between the two of them there. And then meanwhile, Max is on the beach, sitting on the beach, which is also the same spot that Tristan was practicing at earlier. Hmm, could there be a connection there? Yes, because Tristan is walking on up. So Tristan says dojo time, and then Max says thanks for coming. Okay. I do appreciate that Max is still wearing the Dreamcatcher necklace. All right, so Max is gonna, I guess, try to help Tristan somehow. So Tristan says, "I've forgotten how much better it is to make plans when you have one of these, and humans to make plans with." Yeah, Tristan got his own cell phone because you see his little cell phone in his hand. And Max says it's an older handset, but it works. Hey, as long as he can make phone calls and get in contact with you, I don't think he gives a shit. Exactly, because Tristan immediately says, "It's all I need." So long. So how long have you been staring at your hand? Probably too long, Tristan. So Tristan taking a seat next to Max here, and Max immediately says, "Far too long. I feel stronger in a lot of ways. Time feels open to me now. I know I have to consider the consequences, but I feel like I could use it." What, to rewind? And then Max continues, "But the transect, I don't understand how I got there last time. If it's even real, or if it was just, I don't know, my brain waking dream trying to explain the journey I made to get here." Hmm. And then Tristan over here listening. And then Max continues, "I tell myself that the transect led me here, but 2 years is enough to render the memory into I don't know what. For all I know, this has been one really long flicker, just a taste of another potential reality. But it feels different. Always has. Solid. And the door back feels locked to me." And then Tristan says, "I have something I want to show you. You said that you used a photograph to open the transect, right?" And then Max says yes. And you see Tristan pulling, obviously, a photograph of some kind out of his pocket. And now he's handing it to Max. Tristan says, "Well, I may not have much in the way of possessions, but this is a photograph of sorts. Not sure if you can use it to jump back to that day, but." And Max, with a little bit of a shocked look on her face, um, and she says, "Tristan, this is." And Max continues, "This article, it's about Atsuhiko's murder." And then Tristan says, "Yes, that photo was taken after I disengaged for the first time. After Atsuhiko." And Tristan continues, "But that's not the important bit. The date is. The paper came out the day after the shooting." And then Max says, This is the day after I arrived. But that means." And then Tristan says, "Yeah, you arrived the same day my ability manifested." So Tristan is over here theorizing that, like, maybe my ability, that his ability manifesting is what brought Max here. So, hmm. And exactly, Max tells Tristan, "And you think that means something." And then Tristan says, "Max, what if when you made that jump, what if you weren't pushed through, but pulled?" And Tristan continues, "What if I'm the reason you ended up in this string?" That is kind of plausible. And then Max says, "I think I gave up looking for answers that could explain any of this a while back. I gave up even asking the questions. But in some small way, I almost hope you're right. I don't think you're what brought me here, but at least saving your life would be a reason. And then Tristan says, if you can use a photo to jump back to a moment, then just jump back there. And then Max says, why would I do that? And then Tristan says, because I don't want to be even slightly responsible for someone else's pain. If my power manifesting called you here, then. And then Max and Tristan stop. Tristan stops talking because Max is handing him back the newspaper photo. And then Max says, even if I could, I wouldn't. I miss my Chloe, but what I've experienced here is precious too. I'm not going to rewind it. Besides, my Chloe would kill me on sight if I let another person die for her. And then Max continues, I'm done with those kinds of choices. I want to get home, sure, but I want to use what I've got to build and heal, not destroy. And then Max gets up and holds out her hand to Tristan and says, so I guess we have work to do. Okay. Now, first of all, like we've discussed, when we were going over the original game, when it comes to Max jumping into photos, the only photos that Max can jump into is photos that she is in. The picture has to have Max in it for Max to be able to jump into it. So obviously, that newspaper photo is not going to have Max in it. So Max can't do shit with that photo. so yeah, I don't think Tristan clearly does not have a full understanding of how that aspect of Max's powers work. But yeah, that it wouldn't do anything because Max can't do anything with that. But yeah, that's pretty much how that works. All right, so we cut to Rachel at rehearsals. Oh nope. Well, she's on stage though. Oh nope. This is something. Oh, I remember what this is. Okay. So somebody says, "You ready, Miss Amber?" And then Rachel says, "Sure. Let's get this over with." And then I don't know. Is this? I think this is the mayor. Either way, this lady says local law enforcement was able to use the evidence to make our home a safer place to be. And so we want to express our thanks to the young hero whose quick thinking not only saved her friend, but also captured valuable video evidence. That's one way of putting it. And then the lady continues, Rachel Amber exemplifies the ideal of a younger citizen helping to ensure a safer future for themselves and for all of us. And so we present her with this award of local service. So, yes, it's supposed to be, the implication is okay, that's supposed to be the mayor of Santa Monica, I guess. Um, so Rachel says, I may be accepting this award alone, but it's not just for me. My girlfriend Chloe, my friend Max, and so Rachel getting the holding up the award says, continues to say, my amazing followers, all of us did this. Thanks, thank you very much. Yay! And then now we're having a nice little picnic with Rachel, Chloe, Max, and Tristan up here on the roof of Chloe's little shed here. Um, Rachel continues, don't get me wrong, I love my followers, but Tristan here was more useful in a practical sense, you know? I wish you'd have let me at least say your name. Wow, what do we got here at the picnic? What do we got here on the picnic? We got what we got? Rachel's award in the middle. We got some sandwiches. We got Max holding a sandwich. We got a sandwich down here. We got some what green apples. We got what we got down here? Some candy bars. What else we got here? What is this? More sandwiches. Well, Chloe is eating a sandwich. And we got Chloe's big old thing of water. Tristan is drinking some soda or something. And we got a little thing of strawberries. So we got a little box of strawberries down here and a can of some drink here in front of Rachel. Max, where's your drink? Where's your drink, Max? You don't have a drink? You not thirsty? You not thirsty, Max? Why don't you have a drink? Everyone else has a drink. Yeah, I'm over here thinking. It was like, don't you have one? I'm pretty sure you don't have one. Yeah, I guess not. Trying to figure. I was like, am I missing if she has one? I guess not. And then Tristan says, no way. I'm a ghost and I like being a ghost. Besides, you want to explain how your friends can rewind time and turn invisible? That is true. That is very true. Plus, here's also a question. Did you catch Tristan? Was Tristan caught in the live stream? And if he was caught in the live stream, did you record him like going invisible and popping in and out? I would assume not. But, you know, it's one of those things that's kind of hard to translate in like the comic book panels there, like when like where Rachel was like pointing the camera when things were happening, but judging from the story itself, you could pretty much assume that Tristan wasn't caught on camera. But yeah. Um and Rachel says, no. And then Max says, we're both ghosts. I'm not ready for anyone to be talking about this stuff other than us. That is true. Like we don't need a bunch of fucking people being like, uh like being like superpowers everywhere. Like, what the fuck is going on? You know, kind of like a certain kind of like a certain other game where fucking everybody and their mama knows that they have superpowers. You know, a certain someone who can like levitate things and move things around, and like a fuck ton of people know that they have fucking powers, but you know. Um so Chloe says, like the song says, you're a ghost in your own time, blah blah. I wish you'd cross the veil. And then Chloe kind of trails off for a minute, thinks, and then Chloe continues. So how about Rachel declaring me her girlfriend for the press, huh? Fucking baller move. And then Rachel says, hey, if 1.2 million internet followers can handle it, a handful of local press should too. Or fucking check themselves. And then Chloe says, ooh, fiery. I love that. Hey, calm down, Chloe. Save it for when you and Rachel are in your room privately. Guys, also, if you haven't figured it out from uh, Chloe, Rachel, and Max's apartment, if you haven't figured out the apartment setup, it's pretty obvious that Rachel and Chloe sleep in the same room. Because we know Max has her own room. Because we saw Max's room. But if you're paying attention to like the background of when we're in their apartment, if you're paying attention to like the doors and stuff, it's pretty obvious that there's like only two bedrooms in that apartment. So obviously Chloe and Rachel are sharing one room with each other. And to be even though we never see their room, I think it's pretty obvious to assume that Chloe and Rachel just sleep in the same bed together. So it obviously also helps to save space. So so if you have two beds in one room, then that's kind of limiting your space. So most likely having one bed and then sleeping in one bed together would be the most efficient way of having more space. Plus, they're together anyway, so why wouldn't they sleep in the same bed? And then Chloe says, talking of baller moves, how did you ghosts do this morning? And then Max is like, and then Rachel says, you did promise to keep us updated. I mean, it's been a few days since you know what, and we could start to imagine we'd dreamed the whole thing up. And then Chloe says, yeah, I mean, I often don't trust my own. Oop. And then Chloe says, wait, did you, Max, are you wearing my hat? And then Max says, oh yeah, I guess I am. Yeah, so Max literally just demonstrated her rewind powers in front of them. And then Chloe says, "Did you like teleport my hat onto your head?" And then Max says nope while eating her sandwich, while smugly eating her sandwich. And then Tristan says she walked over to you, took the hat, sat down, and then rewound time. It only appeared like the hat jumped. Max Caulfield redefining Ox, if I could speak. Um, Occam's razor here. There you go. And then Rachel says, "Of course," and then Chloe says, "Naturally," and pretty much that is exactly what happened. And then Chloe says, "And you know this because you felt a disturbance in the force or something?" And then Tristan says, "Nah, I'm just using logic. Whatever it is we can do, it's not like it's linked, at least not yet." Okay, so um that scene pretty much just confirms that Tristan is not immune to what Max's powers, because Tristan just confirmed that yeah, I didn't see her do any of that. Like I'm just saying logically what would have happened there. And Max is pretty much just like she's not interrupting, so she's pretty much kind of like confirming that, like, yeah, that is pretty much what I did. so so Max is kind of like, well, he's not wrong. And then Rachel says, "We know you can take objects with you when you disappear. Could you take a human? One of us?" Oh, that is interesting. Rachel asking some interesting questions here, and very logical questions, too. And then Max says, "We did try." And then, well, she says disappointingly. And then Tristan says also disappointingly. And no, not yet. Bummer. Bummer. Um, and then Chloe says, "So you're no closer to wibbly whooping away, right?" And then Max says, "To go back? No." It's it's also a little tidbit. It's also pretty funny seeing seeing Max with Chloe's beanie on her head. Like that's also pretty funny sight to see Max with like a hat or something on her head. That's pretty funny. Especially one that Chloe wears. And then Chloe says, "Hey Max, I'm sorry." Uh and then Perry calling out to Chloe here says, "Lunch break is over, Price. Your gifts are required out front." And then Chloe getting up to leave says, "Crap, regular service resumes. Can I have my hat back?" And meanwhile, while Chloe gets back to work, and Max, Tristan, and Rachel are also getting ready to, I guess, leave and go do whatever they're gonna do. Um, which Rachel immediately says, "Well, I have a stream to do." Yay! So that's what Rachel is gonna be doing. I assume she's going back to the apartment for that, because when we saw her doing her normal stream, she does it back at home. And then Max says, "I should go do some editing." So there you go. That's what Max is gonna do. And then Tristan says, I'm off to do something irresponsible, I bet. Well, at least Tristan is being self aware now. Cheeky bastard. And then Rachel says, I know things are up in the air right now, but you know you have a roof when you need it, right? Like a Rachel putting a nice little hand on his shoulder. Well, on his upper arm kind of shoulder area, says, Tristan says, I appreciate that. I'm kind of used to freedom, though. It's not all bad. And then Tristan, heading off, says, besides, I have ghost training to do, which is true. And then Tristan just poofs. Tristan just poofs away. And Rachel says, Brr, I never get used to that. And he just vanishes like that in open places. No one notices. And then Max says, honestly, I'm not surprised. Most people don't notice the other people around them. That is also very true, Max. That is also very true. Most people are not very self-aware with their surroundings, especially with the people around them. So that is definitely true. And yay, Rachel agrees with me, because Rachel immediately says, yeah. Thank you, Rachel. At least I have Rachel's support there. And then, meanwhile, we have Max and Rachel coming back to the apartment. And it looks like Rachel has some groceries. They went a little bit shopping. That's sweet. Hey, more more solo Max and Rachel scenes. I am all for it. Um, Max says, "You've been quiet the whole way home. That's normally my job." And then Max, uh, Rachel, I mean, Rachel says, "Yeah, sorry." And then Rachel says, "Hey Max," as Max is getting her keys out to open the door, which um, which also, if you haven't noticed, on Max's keys, she has a the dough as a keychain, and she also has a feather as a keychain. So nice Rachel references for the original Rachel. So that's sweet. Because remember, original Rachel is technically the ghost deer that Max encounters in the original game. Because that is the implication of the ghost deer in the original game, that that's supposed to be like Rachel's spirit. Um, and also ads are going to be starting soon. So there is that. So with that, we're going to take a little break while the ads start and while the ads play, and then we will resume. We'll resume reading when the ads are done. So while I'm waiting. Oh, ow! The book the book tried to stab me in my arm. But while I'm waiting here, let me just check ahead here. Okay. So, boom, 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 boom. Oh, okay. I see what's coming up. Okay. All right, we are getting there. Okay. Oh boy. Oh. Oh. Go grab a drink. Mm. Mm. Uh. Oh no, we're coming up on. Okay. All right, we're coming up on the end of chapter 2. So we're almost at chapter 3, which means we are approaching the halfway point of the book. Mm-mm-mm. Alrighty. Boom, 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 boom. How much longer we got? About 10 seconds before ads are done. Alright. So, alright, let's get back to the book here. Okay. So, Max over here, about to open up the door. And then Max turning to Rachel says, hmm? And then Rachel says, what was I like? And then Max, kind of confused, says, huh? And then Rachel says, the me who died. What was I like? What did I do to become her? Oh, I told you that Rachel would still need some more time to process all of the stuff that was said. And then obviously Max is like, oh. And then finally getting into the apartment and Max over here making some coffee. Max says, the thing is, I never knew you. I felt like the only one who didn't. Which is true, because literally everybody in the original game kept talking about Rachel. And Max was like the only one that was like, I have no idea who the fuck this person is. But I'm constantly being told about them. Um, and then Max continues, saying, you were like some ethereal being to me. Rachel definitely no angel though. Chloe, she missed you so much. She knew something had happened to you and she wouldn't let the that idea go. That is true. Like the 50 million like missing posters that Chloe put up around like all of Arcadia Bay kind of went to prove that point. Especially when Chloe puts like 50 million like missing posters throughout one location, especially the school. Like literally at the school, you found like 50 million like Rachel Amber missing posters like in one location at times. So And then Max continues, she never gave up on you. She fought for you. And then Rachel says, you both did, but who was the girl you fought for? The one you found. So obviously Rachel a little frustrated. Um, Rachel says, was she like me, I wonder? Did she have the same dreams? What did she feel when she. Pro- to be honest, Rachel, she probably didn't feel anything. Probably, because most likely what ended up. Probably, because we don't know the specifics. We don't know the specifics. But we do know that Nathan was the one that gave you an overdose. And that is what led to you dying. So, in the in the best case scenario, hopefully you were already asleep when that happened. Like hopefully you were already knocked out. But in the most likely worst case scenario, you probably like went into like an extreme seizure or something maybe, and that would have felt extremely bad. So yeah, not really the best things to be thinking about. So Max giving Rachel some coffee here, and then Max says, you won't become that girl because you already didn't. You're safe, alive, here. Max does bring up an excellent point because it's you you and her are not the same because you left. So you have completely different experiences at that point. Like beyond that point, you have become different people because you have one Rachel that left Arcadia Bay and you have one that was still there. For whatever reason, that Rachel was still in Arcadia Bay, for whatever the reason. And you have two different results there. So, obviously, this is the way more positive result here than, like I said, being in the ground. And Max continues to say, maybe the Rachel Amber I didn't know made some bad choices. Maybe she was a victim of circumstance. I don't think she deserved what happened to her, but she lived a very different life to you. And Max, picking up her cup of coffee, says, you're the destination reached after an infinite number of unseen forks in the road. And Max continues, you're all the sum of our choices, of our memories. The Chloe I know here is not the Chloe I knew there. I don't think the Rachel she knew was the Rachel you are now. That is, yet again, very true. And then Rachel says, I guess not. So, what about us? About the memories you've made here? Um, Max is most likely going to remember all of that because anytime Max went into photos and changed timelines and then did things and then when she went back to the other timelines, she still had full memory of everything she did in the other timelines. So even if Max does go back, she's going to remember all of this anyway. So yay. So yay for that. Um and then Max says, whatever happens, I get to keep those memories. Exactly, Max. Thank you for confirming what I just said. Max continues, for what it's worth, I wish I could live both lives at the same time. But I don't think it works that way, even for me. And then now we cut to Chloe and Dwight over here, with Chloe with a spray can. And then Chloe pulling her scarf down, or whatever piece of cloth she has wrapped around her neck, says something like that. And then Dwight says, holy crap, that is. And then Dwight continues, you guys are gonna do nuts. Gonna go nuts. This is great. Oh, the guys are gonna go nuts. This is great. He means, obviously Dwight means Tammy, Pixie, and Dex are gonna go nuts when they see the logo. And then Chloe says, it's okay. So even Chloe is not impressed with her own work. She's like, yeah, Dwight is super impressed, but Chloe is like, I just think it's okay. Come on, Chloe. Dwight is giving you like a big compliment here with how enthusiastic he is about it. Like, at least be like, at least be a little smug about it. And then, um, and also, if you notice, yet more connections here of residual memories with Chloe here. The logo that Chloe made is pretty much the same exact logo that original Chloe also made for the high seas in the original timeline. So yet again, some funny connection going on over here between the two Chloes here. Yet again, more hints being dropped in there. And then obviously we're going to get our explanations later. And then Dwight says, spoken like a true artist. And then Chloe says, gotta say, I like when people call me that. I know, Chloe, between the graphic designing and the spray painting that you're doing, and then the metal sculpting that you did, definitely spreading your artistic talents all over the place, aren't you? And then Dwight kneeling down, checking out the design they put on the high seas, I guess, touring van. Dwight says, "I really think this is the something we've been missing. You know. Hey, can I grab the paper version from you too?" And then Dwight getting up says, it would look so cool on flyers. And then Chloe, winking at him, says, "Sure, I mean, an official band logo design is going to cost you, of course." Chloe, while she's wiping her hands clean over here. Chloe thinking of the business, like, hey, I need to get paid. To be fair, they are gonna need they're gonna need money for the road when Rachel and Chloe are traveling on Rachel's little theater tour. And then Dwight says, oh yeah, I shit." And then Chloe, laughing here, says, "Dude, I'm kidding." uh and then Dwight, kind of relieved, says, "You scared the shit out of me, Price." uh and then Chloe says, "The VIP tickets you guys um sorted for Florida will easily cover my meager services." Nice. So she traded the logo for VIP tickets. Nice. Um and then Dwight says, if you're going to be using if you're going to be using all of them yet?" Uh and then Chloe, uh a little sad, says, "I no, not yet." And then Chloe sitting on the little lawn chair here. And then Dwight, getting ready to sit in the lawn chair, says, "Max still waiting on news of that job. I hope she can make it. Not that I don't want her to get the job, of course." Okay, so now we know what what lie the three of them came up with to explain away Max disappearing, if she actually is able to go back to the original timeline. So nice excuse, nice reasoning that they came up with for Max not being around. And then Chloe says, "Yeah, still waiting on that." Dwight says, it'd be really fun to catch up with you guys over there." And then Dwight says, "It's weird. We've uh, known each other. We've known you lot. What? 2 weeks? It feels like we've known you longer." And then Chloe says, "Yeah. Oh, even Dwight is kind of having some weird, like, feeling of, like, it kind of feels like we've known each other for, like, a while." And it's like, yep, there's that residual feelings and memories and stuff. Well, subconscious memories of the original timeline. Because in the original timeline, Chloe and Max have known the high seas for like a year by that point. So, makes sense. And then Chloe says, "Well, I'm glad you're easy to like. Honestly, I think Rachel is as excited about hanging out with you guys in Florida as she is um, about her own play." And then Dwight, looking at the logo on the paper, says, "Huh, And then Dwight pointing at the logo on the van now. Um, Dwight says, maybe I'm giddy on LA Sunshine, but I think that's cool. Don't tell Pixie I got mushy. Because Pixie will tease you. And then Chloe says, I'm sorry that was mushy by your standards. And then Dwight says, yep, that's as mushy as I gets. And then Dwight continues, I mean it, though. Feel like we've known you guys for a long time. And Dwight continues, I used to think that if you really click with being another person being fast, you, another human being fast, you probably knew each other in another life. Interesting. And then Chloe says, oh, yeah? Um, Dwight says, yeah, like maybe in a past life, or I don't know, and then Chloe says, another reality? Exactly. And then Dwight says, yeah, haha, another fucking reality. I love it. I love that. I mean, and then Chloe getting up saying, want a drink? And then Dwight also getting up and him and Chloe heading inside. Dwight says, see, it's like you know me. And then focusing in on the logo on the van. And then now we cut back to Tristan back at the same spot at the beach. Clearly practicing. Tristan says, don't go too far. Just Tristan continues, step back, careful, and then keep as he starts to fade. And he comes back and it doesn't work, and Tristan angrily says, damn. And then he looks over in clear disbelief, and Chloe is sitting on a rock right next to him, looking completely different than the Chloe that we just saw a minute ago talking to Dwight. Okay. And we also have a lighthouse in the background. Don't know if that's like supposed to be there. I assume it's supposed to be there, but either way, you could also take it as like a reference to the Arcadia Bay lighthouse if you want to, but either way, the most important thing is Chloe sitting on the rock next to Tristan. And Chloe looking at Tristan. Also, you also get a clearer shot of Chloe here with a High Seas t-shirt on, because it has the High Seas logo that she made on the t-shirt. So, sweet. Also, Tristan's little t-shirt here with the um, what was it? All the triangles within triangles thing. And obviously, Tristan is kind of dumbfounded in shock that he can't really speak right now. And then we get the variant cover, another variant cover, which is obviously supposed to be a reference to um Max's whatchamacallit, her everyday heroes photo, because it's the photo that she took of herself looking at her wall of oop, sorry about that, looking at her wall of of photos in her dorm room at the time. And obviously, if you could tell, these photos here are a bunch of, well, they're a bunch of screenshots from the original game. Like there's a bunch of like Chloe screenshots, Max and Chloe screenshots. There's some like Kate screenshots in this, some Warren ones. Yeah, it's like a bunch of different ones. There's even a bunch of there's even a couple of what was it, Max and wheelchair Chloe in here too. Cuz there's like two of them up here. Some of these photos also repeat cuz also one of the wheelchair photos is like down here too. So, so yeah, a bunch of references in this video game cover art here. Well, video game style cover art. And then now we're in chapter 3. So, chapter 3, also, love this one from Claudia. This artwork with all of the blue butterflies kind of like exploding out of Max here. Like, that's pretty cool. And then right in the middle of Max's chest is the main blue butterfly, like the big main detailed blue butterfly. And then you have like the cracked what was it, time? Like the like a I'm assuming that's supposed to be the like the watch, like the clock, like a clock behind her, so it's like all cracked. So her like cracking like time, pretty sweet. Sweet cover by Claudia as always. Well, as usual. Like I definitely like this cover of Claudia's by Claudia's more than the what was it? One of the other one with the cards, with the cards. Cuz there's definitely like more to this one than the one with the cards. Like I do like the card style. It's just that it was way too like simple, but I do like this one better. Um, and then Max laying on the grass here. Max says, "They say time is a healer, and I guess that's true. Or maybe time is a filter on a photo of the past. It can get rid of the blemishes, and a cozy light makes us forget the bad things that were lurking just out of frame. It doesn't really heal, it just helps us to forget how much we're hurting. Maybe that's the same thing." And Max continues, "I don't want to forget my mistakes, but the farther I am from them, the more powerful that filter. No one around me now remembers what was happening out of shot. No one remembers the raw, unfiltered photograph of that storm or what happened because of us. And then Max, turning her head to the side, says, "So why should I?" And then Chloe is also laying right beside Max here with them also holding hands there. So Max continues, "That storm saved your life, Chloe. Why can't I just be happy about that?" That bit. And then Chloe says, "Wow." Um, they're both like clutching their hands tighter. Chloe says, "Because you're a good person, Max Caulfield. Because you care more than just our lives, and I wouldn't love you so much if you didn't." And then we get one little kiss between them, and then uh, Chloe, with her hand on Max's face, says, "Regret isn't a negative. Wishing we could do better isn't bad." And then Max, grabbing Chloe's hand there, Chloe continues, "The world you live in now didn't experience the storm, but it happened, Max." And Chloe continues, "And if you let go of that regret, if you forget about consequence, then what are you? Who are you?" And clearly we're having a idea of how weird this situation is that we're in right now, because one, there's the Arcadia Bay lighthouse on that cliff there. And then now the what was it? Paul's literally just poofed in right on the side there. So obviously something odd is happening here. And then Max says, "Still me, but maybe less sad." And then Chloe says, "That's not how this works, Max." And then Max says, "I miss you so much, though. I want this. I just want this, what we have here." And then Chloe says, "I miss you too, Max." And then now everything's getting kind of bright. Um, Chloe says, "We're going to find each other again. But when we do, it has to be right. It will be right." And then as they both hug here, uh, Max says, "Please wait for me." And then Chloe says, "Always." And then obviously that was a dream, because now Max is literally hugging her pillow very tightly, because she was just hugging Chloe. So there's your explanation on why that looked weird. And then Chloe says, "Max, hey, Caulfield." "Max." And then Max finally waking up there. Nice bed head, Max, as you're getting up out of bed. And then Max says, "Yeah." And then Chloe says, "Are you alive in there? Your phone's going nuts." Oh wow, your phone's been. You were that knocked out by sleeping that you didn't literally did not hear your phone. To be fair, that does happen to me sometimes too. Like I don't even hear the alarm on my phone sometimes, and I literally just sleep through it. And then Max says, "Oh, sorry, I guess I was asleep. You were in a very deep sleep and having a very pretty sad dream." And why is your phone on the floor? Like, wouldn't you like have a nightstand or something like by your bed? Like, why are you charging your phone on the floor? You could easily like get up and step on it or something. Well, then again, your phone is still cracked from when the drug dealers slapped you and knocked the phone out of your hand. So, surprised you didn't get the phone fixed at some point by now, but okay. Um, and Chloe finally coming in says, uh, "You guess? I thought Rachel was a heavy sleeper, but you have her beat." Nice information there, Chloe, letting me know about Rachel's sleeping habits, apparently. um, and then Chloe says, "What? Something on my face?" Okay, so Max is clearly just staring at her. Okay, thank you, Max. You're literally confirming what I just said. So Max, literally just staring at her. And then now, Max embarrassingly kind of says, "Oh, sorry. No, nothing on your face." And then Chloe, sitting down on the bed, says, "Well, shit, where'd I put my nose?" Chloe with the jokes. And then while Max is over here using her, like, knocking Chloe with her pillow, says, "Idiot." And then Chloe says, "Seriously, though, you must have been in deep. Who's been calling?" And then Max rubbing her eyes to wake herself up more, says, "Tristan, I guess he's excited to have a phone he can use again." And yeah, I don't think I've slept that deeply in a long time, in a long while. And then Chloe over here, poking Max on the side, says, um, "Have any good dreams?" And then, while laughing, Max says, "Wouldn't you like to know?" No, Chloe, she was not having a wet dream, okay? Stop it. um, because we know exactly what her dream was. And aside from it being on the beach and the water, it wasn't that type of a wet dream. And getting up from the bed, Chloe says, "So, hey, you've given any more thought on the road trip? I mean, we're heading off pretty soon now. The apartment is paid up." Okay, so they're giving advances on the apartment. So, which, holy shit, that's a lot of money considering that you're in LA. So, do you guys have enough money to pay for what, 6 months advance on the apartment? Cuz wow. Um so Max finally picking up her phone to check it, to check what Tristan wants. Chloe says, "I don't want to push you to make that choice, but..." And then Max says, "No, you're right. It's not fair for you guys, for me to be so flaky." To be fair, she doesn't even know if she's even going to be around, so it's kind of a decision that she's kind of like, I don't know. Like, I can't really answer one way or the other because I don't even know if I'm even gonna be here. So, like, is she gonna be in this reality or is she gonna be back in the original timeline? What the hell? Um, so Chloe says, sometimes we normies the normalize this whole thing to the point where I can forget that flaky means you may or may not be leaving this reality. And then Max says, "Welcome to my normal." Okay, you can't see. Yeah, you can't see anything on the cell phone. I thought the cell phone might say something like an Easter egg or something, but no. And then Chloe opening the door says, uh, the room door says, Max Caulfield, so cool that even her normal is off brand. And then Max jokingly says, what's normal anyway? Chloe says, true. Truth, I mean. Yeah, she said truth. And then Max finally reading the texts that, the messages that Tristan sent her. Obviously, in shock, says, whoa, and immediately is jumping out of bed. And Chloe's like, you okay? And then Max says, Tristan thinks he, oh my god. And then Chloe says, take it easy there, Max. And then Max, clearly not even paying attention, says, but he flicker flicker through to that string. Am I and I'm not there, so how did he even and what if and obviously Chloe very confused is like, huh? And then Chloe says, so Boy Wonder has made some progress, huh? And then Max, while putting on her pants, says, I maybe? And then Chloe, getting ready to leave the bedroom here, says, okay, well, you know I'm rooting for you guys. I'll let you go meet him. And then Max says, hey, Chloe. Max says, you know I love you, right? And then Chloe, with a smile, says, sure, Max. Love you back. And then somebody is saying, death is a wonderful motivator for those left behind. Hers has impact because she was so young and vibrant. She has, in her death, become a symbol of life cut short, a victim of a mind game, a flower plucked too soon. Very ironic words being sent there while Rachel is in the is in frame here, is in the panel. Some would say that reflects Rachel as a character, doesn't it? And then the person continues to say, it can be argued that Ophelia plays a more pivotal role in death than she did in life. Um, Definitely when it comes to the original game, Rachel, it does symbolize that. I will say that. And then the old lady here says, like any good fridged maiden, am I right, Terry? And then the old guy says, it's Terrence. A fridge maiden? And then the old lady says, you know, Shakespeare put her in a fridge. And then the old man says, I don't think fridges were even invented then, Maria. Okay. Well, one, I'm not even going to bother remembering their names because they're not, this old couple is not important. Um, so we got Hamlet, if you couldn't figure out what they're talking about here. Ophelia was the tip off because we already know that they're doing a Shakespeare play tour that Rachel is going to be in. So obviously, Ophelia Ophelia was the hint at what specific Shakespeare play they were going to be doing. And then now you see the script right there and it says Hamlet on it. So there you go. So Rachel is going to be performing in a play of Hamlet. So there you go. And then everyone over here uh, joking around while Rachel seems like she's getting very frustrated. And then Rachel finally says, Ophelia had a life, though. She didn't know she was going to die. We only see her as tragic because we know what's coming. She didn't. She doesn't, I mean. See, even Rachel is, especially with what she knows that Max told her from the original timeline. Even Rachel is seeing the similarities here. So it it makes sense why Rachel would be kind of annoyed and frustrated about them kind of making a joke about this because it kind of hits her a little more personally. So there's that. Um, I assume this guy is supposed to be the director, but either way, this guy says, "Oh, very good, Rachel. This touches on something very important for all of us to consider before the dress run." And then this guy continues, "Make life count. It's easy to color our view based on their deaths, but we mustn't play the tragedy of these characters." And then this guy continues, "The play's the thing. You just live these lives and let the play do the work." And then the guy just says, "Take five." And then the old guy says, "I still don't understand why you'd say she's in a fridge." And then the old lady says, "Poor Terry, pop culture happens to other people, doesn't it?" And then the old guy says, "It's Terrence." Okay, so if if nobody's getting what the lady is saying about women of the maiden in the refrigerator, woman in the refrigerator type of thing, the it's the old saying of the old story saying of woman in a refrigerator, which comes from, ironically, comic books, specifically, I believe it was the Green. I believe it was a Green Lantern comic, right? I believe the it's a Green Lantern comic book. Uh, Yes, Green Lantern. Yeah, it's a Green Lantern comic with specifically during the Kyle Rayner run of Green Lantern comics, um when his girlfriend, well, Kyle Rayner's girlfriend was uh was killed by a supervillain, by one of his supervillains, and the supervillain just stuffed her into Kyle's refrigerator. Um, so which is where the term "woman in a refrigerator" comes from. But the point is that Kyle's girlfriend wasn't really much of a character. So her whole purpose was literally to just get killed, so that way to give Kyle like motivation to, to do things, to go after like the supervillain and like all that stuff. So that's where the trope, the term of like woman in a refrigerator comes from, is when you just introduce a character or just have a character's only purpose literally just be to get killed to motivate the main character, where they're not just, where their whole purpose is not to actually be a character, is to just be a plot device to motivate the main character to actually do something. So that's what the old lady was getting at with the whole oh, Ophelia is just being like shoved into a refrigerator thing. And that's what the old lady is referring to. But obviously the running joke is that the old guy has no idea what the fuck she's even talking about. So he's utterly clueless that she's pointing out a writing trope um, that certain stories will use, is to just introduce characters just for them to get killed and just to serve as like motivation for the main characters typically to do things. Uh, so we continue as everybody's getting up from their chairs and Rachel over here. Um, so this guy says to Rachel, morbid stuff, huh? And then Rachel says, oop, hold on. Rachel says, well, it's Hamlet, you know. No one's expecting comedy. That is true. That is true. Hold on real quick. There we go. Gonna fix this so I can see. There you go. There we go. All right. And then this guy continues. So you're kind of big online, right? You're gonna vlog our tour. I have a great face for TV. And then Rachel says, "Oh, no, I doubt it." And then Rachel continues, "I mean, I'm not sure everyone else would appreciate that. And I don't want to mix the two things, you know?" That is true. As Rachel has her coffee in her hand. And then the guy says, too bad. My Hamlet could net you a few extra followers, you know. And then Rachel says, I'll bet. Hey, Zach, about the scene where. Okay, so now this guy has a name, Zach. And then Zach says, so I wanted to ask you to ask about your friend. Oh dear God, you could kind of see where this is going. This is oh boy. Here we go. And then Rachel says, "My friend." And then Zach says, "The blue-haired chick. She's dropped you off a few times. Is she, available?" Oh dear God, Zach, you are barking up the wrong tree. Not only are you barking up the wrong tree, to be fair, he doesn't know, but you're also attempting to hook up with someone, like obviously he's talking about Chloe, and you're asking Chloe's girlfriend to try to holler at Chloe. Like, obviously, Zach doesn't know that they're together, but it's kind of funny that it's like, oh boy, you're barking up the wrong tree, and you're also asking the wrong person to help you bark up that tree. And then obviously, Rachel, getting a little annoyed here, says, "Is she single and interested, you mean?" No. And then Zach is like, "Oh, hey, now, you haven't even asked her yet." And then Rachel smugly says, "She's my girlfriend, Zach." And now Zach kind of looks like an idiot. And Zach's like, "Oh, snap, is that so?" Exactly, you got rejected. And then your little friend over here, who was kind of turned to eyeball you because he hears what you're fucking saying. And then your friend comes over here. And then quickly your friend says, "Zach, a moment. I wanted to discuss our fight in Ophelia's grave." So his so Zach's friend here like takes him away because obviously his friend is kind of reading the room about like, okay, this is getting awkward. We need to nip this in the bud before this goes any farther. Um, and also, ads are going to be starting in a few. So I'll take this opportunity to take a little break, a little drink break here. Ah, nice. All right, so where are we? So we are. Okay, so this is issue 3, and we are. Okay, we're almost done with issue 3. Well, with chapter 3. Because I say issue 3, but we are way past issue 3 at this point. But chapter 3, as far as this book is concerned. And we are. got... Okay, we got about... yeah, we got a good amount. We got a good amount left. Oh, excuse me. We got about another minute of ads left. Because it says we're on page 65, but some of those later pages are like art gallery stuff and whatnot, so it's not like those are... It's not like some of those pages are like big like actual main story stuff. Like some of those pages are like extra stuff, so don't really have to worry about those too much. Let me take another quick drink before we come back from ads, because we got less than 20 seconds left. Okay. Alrighty, let's continue. Okay, and then Zach over here says, "You're right, Lawrence. It's a big moment. I feel kneeling that and him." Okay, well, it doesn't really matter what he's saying. He's just kind of immediately distracted, going off into what he was about to play and stuff. And then obviously Lawrence here, since now Zach's big friend here has a name, since Zach said his name. Lawrence here giving Rachel the thumbs up of like, "Hey, I got you." Like I saw that this conversation was going in a very bad direction, so I came in and saved you from this getting even more awkward than it already is. And Rachel giving him the nice little wink and hands together thank you sign, thank you gesture. I do like the little added touch of the little heart coming out of her, which is pretty funny. The little heart. And then Rachel taking her phone, texting Chloe here. So Rachel says, "Just so you know, Hamlet fancies you, but Ophelia is gonna fight for her woman." Nice. Then Chloe texts back, "Don't they both die? Who's left for me at the end?" and then Rachel responds, "Rude. Nearly done here. See you soon, babe." X is nice. Chloe listening to music. Or music is just playing in the background. And then Perry says, "We're closing up, Chloe." And then as Chloe's putting her phone back in her pocket, Chloe says, "Thanks, Perry." And then Perry, coming into the room after turning off the radio, says, "It's sure gonna feel quiet around here when you go. You did an amazing job on that old camper, by the way." And then Chloe, cleaning her hands, says, "Gladys, thanks. And deal's a deal. She's yours to sell when we get back." Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So Chloe and Perry got a little dealy deal going on there. And then as Perry is getting ready to close the garage doors here, uh, Perry says, "You'll get a cut after all you've done on after all that you've done on that old thing." And then Chloe says, "I'm not gonna say no to that." Exactly, free money. Well, not so free money, but hey, get some extra pay. And then oh, ooh. And then Pixie comes into the garage here. So Pixie says, "Oh, sorry. I wondered if Chloe Price was here." And Perry says, "You cut it fine. We're just about to close up." And then Pixie says, "Well, timing is kind of my forte. Well, considering you're in a band and stuff, and you're the drummer and everything, and timing when performing music is also kind of a thing, makes sense." Um, so Pixie, talking to Chloe, says, "Sorry to bug you here, but Paul said I might find you." And Chloe says, "Hey, no worries. Ignore Perry." And then Perry, walking away, says, "Ignore indeed." And then Chloe says, "See you tomorrow, Perry." And then Pixie says to Chloe, we're packed up and ready to go. So just in case we don't see you," handing Chloe a paper. Uh, Chloe says, "Oh, cool, tour dates. Damn, I still can't get used to seeing my art being used like this." Oh, well, get used to it. Um, and then Pixie says, "Well, you should. You're amazing. Did Max hear about her job yet?" And as they're walking out, Chloe says, "Nah." And then Pixie says, "Ouch, there's not much time left." Yeah, time. And then Chloe, going to open the door, kind of sad, says, "Yeah, you're not wrong." I also like the little touch of you can see Chloe put the dates paper in her pocket. Pixie says, "Still, it's just one trip, and this job sounds like something pretty life changing." And then Chloe says, it, yeah, it's a pretty big deal." Um, and then Pixie says, "Hey, you okay?" Hey, at least Pixie's picking up on Chloe's feelings here. And then Chloe says, "Oh yeah, yeah, I'm fine." And Chloe continues, "I'm just really, really want Max to come on this trip, you know? And I know that's not fair on her. I know she has other places to be, but I don't want to be left behind again." Keeping keeping the theme going of abandonment, with Chloe's abandonment issues. Um, and then Pixie says, "Surely she'd be the one staying behind. I'm sure that thought uh, makes her just as upset as you are." And then Chloe says, I think you're probably right. And then Chloe continues, it's hard to imagine what she's feeling right now. And then Chloe continues, I don't know what. And then, no, Max. Max's inner monologue, inner thoughts saying, I don't know what I'm feeling right now. And she continues, how to process what I'm feeling. Max continues, so many times I've wondered if you're even still there, still the person I see when I dream. And Max continues, or whether I've been chasing another ghost. And then Max continuing, and now you're in front of me, and I must be dreaming. All right, so Max and Tristan are holding hands here. Okay, so the insinuation here would be that because we know Tristan can see Chloe because we saw him sitting on the beach earlier and then he saw her. So now Max is experiencing the reverse because at the beginning of the story, Chloe had to hold Max's hand so Chloe can see what Max is seeing. For the most part, like see and hear what Max is seeing. And now Max is on the other side of the situation because Tristan is able to see Chloe. So Max has to hold Tristan's hand so that way she can see Chloe. So that is the visual like representation of what's happening here. So yet again, it's one of those things that's not really explicitly spelled out for you. You kind of piece that together given the information that has been given to you during the course of the story already with all the written information and all the visual information that you've gotten up until this point. You could pretty much piece that together here without them explaining it to you. And then we get a nice little full panel view of the entire art piece here. At least Chloe, because Chloe here is not sitting on the rocks. She's standing on the beach looking out into the ocean pretty much. And then Tristan says, 2 evenings in a row, the same place. But she doesn't see me, I don't think. Technically, Tristan, not 100% true. Because when you were looking at her before, she did turn and look in your direction. Whether she's actually does see you is not like 100% confirmed, but the possibility is there because she did turn and look in your direction. So maybe. And then Tristan continues, how do we know if she's, the one you're looking for? And then Max says, is she here? or are we there? That is the question. And then Tristan says, "Huh? What? The fact that Chloe is turning to look at you again." And then Max says, Chloe, can you see me?" And then Chloe, very sad, turns to look away again. Um, Tristan says, "Max, be careful." And then Max says, "Chloe, no, don't turn away now. I'm here." And then Chloe's turning to walk away. And then Max says, turn back to me, Chloe, turn back now." And then meanwhile, Tristan is getting a headache because Tristan is in pain. He's like, ah. And then meanwhile, now we're back over here with Rachel coming to see Chloe after Chloe just got off work here. And Tristan, Pixie, saying goodbye to Chloe here, says, "I should be off before the band think they've accidentally packed me again." Pixie, you're not that short that you can be stuffed in luggage by accident, okay? I know you're joking, but you're not that small, Pixie. Just because your name is Pixie doesn't mean you're the literal size of a pixie. Um, and then Rachel's says, "Oh," obviously noticing Pixie there. Um, and then Chloe over here saying, "But soft, what light from yonder window break." And then Rachel and Pixie laughing over here with Rachel saying, "Wrong play, idiot." And then Chloe kind of like pouting says, "Whatever does Hamlet say?" Whatever, what does Hamlet say then? And then Rachel, smiling and ruffling Chloe's head, says, "Trust me, you do not want to be Hamlet. After a week's rehearsal with Zachary, I really don't want you to be Hamlet." Yeah, Zach is not really the best personality to be around. uh like I feel for Rachel there. Um and then meanwhile Pixie here says, "Oh, is he not easy to work with?" And then Rachel says, "He's pretty much an ego with a good haircut. I truly hate that he's such a brilliant actor." Yeah, that can be true, Rachel. Sometimes really good actors can also be really big assholes behind the scenes, you know? That is true. I feel you. And then Chloe sitting in the back of Gladys. Well, I say the back, but it's the side because Gladys has side doors. So sitting on the side of Gladys here, Chloe says, "I hear he has good taste though." Because remember, Zach was trying to holler at Chloe through Rachel there was. And then Rachel says, "Talking of ego." uh, Jokes, we all got them. And then Pixie says, "Okay, I really do need to go." And then Rachel says, "Sorry, I didn't see you properly." And then Pixie says, "We'll have loads of time on the road." And then meanwhile, I'm assuming that's Chloe there in pain. Yep, Chloe with a big ass headache right now. Um, Rachel obviously concerned, saying, "Chloe," and then Pixie's like, "What's wrong? Headache?" And then while Chloe, saying in pain, says, I don't, it doesn't hurt, just, yeah, sure, Chloe, the look on your face literally says it doesn't hurt. And you, writhing in pain here, said, while Rachel is kneeling down trying to figure out what's wrong here, says Chloe, and then Pixie, obviously also concerned, says, crap, do you need an ambulance, a doctor? And then Chloe telling Rachel, no, she shouldn't. And then Rachel, obviously getting the message, says, no, it's okay, Pixie. Looks worse than it is. We'll be fine. And then Pixie, concerned, says, you sure? And then Rachel reassuringly says, for sure, we'll see you on the road. We'll see you on the road, yes. And then, meanwhile, Chloe, in pain, saying, fuck. And then, oh shit, Chloe has nosebleed and a splitting headache. Um, and then Rachel says, Chloe, Jesus, what's going on? And then Chloe saying, Max. And then we cut back to Max. Saying, Chloe, speak to me, see me. And then literally Max is rewinding. She's clearly rewinding time here. Because last time we saw Chloe was walking away. And then now we're seeing walking away, standing, looking back. Walking away, standing, looking back. So clearly Max is rewinding this over and over, which is not good. And then Max says, and then Max continues, no, don't walk away from me. We've waited too long. And Max shouting, no. And then Max finally turning back to look at Tristan, because we clearly don't see Tristan this whole time. And okay, Max looks to, it's kind of hard to see, but Max turns to look at Tristan because Tristan is grabbing Max's arm. With his other hand, he's grabbing Max's arm. So that's what gets Max's attention to turn to look at Tristan. And this is what she sees. Tristan says, don't stop. I'm fine. Keep going. And in shock, Max is like, Tristan, what am I doing? Because if you can tell, Tristan is over here sweating bullets, obviously having a splitting headache here, and having a lot of blood coming out of his nose, because you could kind of see it dripping off his chin here. So this is obviously extremely painful, what's happening right now. And then Tristan continues, you'll lose her, keep trying. And then Max says, but you have to let go of me. And clearly Tristan does not want to. And then Tristan continues, I told you, if you were pulled here to save me, I'm going to make it right. And then Max says, we don't even know if that's true. Yet again, Max, you both make some pretty valid points. And then Max thinking, and then Max finally says, let her go, Tristan. Because obviously Max is like, clearly this is not worth it, because if we keep trying, there also could be the possibility that Tristan can literally die in the process. So, and obviously Tristan just passes out on the floor now. Um, and Max sitting on the rock says, "Not like this, not like this." Ooh boy. And then Max continues to say, "Not at anyone's expense." And Chloe also recovering from what just happened. So with Chloe with the nosebleed, and then Chloe and Rachel hugging, and Rachel saying, "Chloe, you scared the shit out of me. Oh my god." And then Chloe saying, "What just happened?" And then Tristan finally waking up, and Max handing him a tissue to wipe off all the blood out of from his coming from his nose. Max, her inner thoughts, saying, "But I know something now. I didn't know before, Chloe. You're looking for me too, aren't you?" So we see Tristan wiping his nose, and Max having a smile on her face and looking more confident and determined. And yay, we move on to finally we move on to chapter 4. Um oh, it didn't show the nope, it actually didn't. Okay. Uh okay, I guess I'll show it. Hold on, let me move this over real quick. Here we go. Okay. Cause it didn't show the variant cover for some reason. The thing kind of like skipped to the chapter. But the variant cover that they didn't show was this one. Because it says the high seas, and it has like a little thing of Chloe and Rachel from Before the Storm, specifically from when they went to see Firewalk at the beginning of episode 1. So, pretty sweet. I also do like that we got the High Seas logo on there, so that's pretty sweet. Um, it also says, "Hey kids, free candy." So it has some of the graffiti that Chloe can do within that scene, because that's the one that you could put on Frank's RV, that you could write on Frank's RV, and that's the evil eye that you can draw on the saw that's on the wall inside the mill once you get in. And then we have, what was it? Just says, "We are all monsters." Also, Chloe's middle finger is censored. I know it's kind of hard to tell, but her middle finger is censored there, along with Rachel's mouth. I guess she's supposed to be cursing, but technically she's not supposed to be cursing in this scene that they're referencing. But anyway, and she has a bunch like a fire right above her head, so that's nice. uh, and we also have the, what was it? The anarchy symbol in the corner, and we have it's kind of hard to see, but right next to Chloe here, we have the cassette tape. just the cassette tape here, which is what was it? The save icon when the game was saving. In Before the Storm, we have the save icon, so there's that. So yeah, some fun references on that one. Hey, Psych, how's it going? Psych says hello, chat and all. I've been quietly watching, just tired after work. Not a problem, Psych. Not a problem. Not a problem. Not a problem. At the very least, I hope you've been enjoying the book so far. I hope you've been enjoying this book so far, and all of the craziness that's going on in it. So I hope you've been enjoying it so far, because things are gonna get way more crazy. Things are gonna get exceptionally more crazy, which to be fair seems to be the trend that I keep saying after every book, is that things just get crazier and crazier. Also, if you haven't figured it out, Max's, because they're pretty much like obviously hinting at all this as considering the situation, is Max was connected to Tristan, because Tristan and Max were holding hands, so that way Max can see Chloe on the beach. And then once Max started using her rewind powers to keep Chloe from walking away, that's when things started, like the pain and everything started happening, where Tristan started getting his headache and the nosebleeds. And there's a connection, because Chloe, the Chloe in this timeline, the Rachel Chloe, was also starting to experience the headache and the nosebleeds. So obviously there's a pretty implied connection between the two Chloes, because Rachel Chloe is only started feeling those effects once Max started using her rewind to interact with the original Chloe that they're seeing on the beach. So obviously there's a connection between the two Chloes there, which is the implication that's being put forth, which is what explains why Rachel Chloe got the headache and stuff and the nosebleed. And then once Max stopped stopped using her rewind powers to fuck with the original Chloe, that's when everything kind of started stopping, and everyone, the headache stopped, the nosebleed stopped, and all that stuff. So yeah, so now we're getting more like connections into like why certain things are happening the way they are. And then now we go into the final chapter of book 3. So we got this cover from Claudia here for chapter 4 here. Um, this one I like. I like this cover with the dream catcher because it also gives you a way more better look at the dream catcher that Max has been wearing um for Max's dream catcher necklace that she's wearing. And then you have obviously Max, Chloe, and Rachel laying on the dream catcher. So that's sweet. My only little criticism with this would have been to have Max, Chloe, and Rachel sitting like laying next to the feathers, because only Max is laying next to the feather, because she's literally laying with the feather right beneath her. But I would have liked like Chloe to be laying over here and then Rachel laying over here to pretty much like really emphasize the whole three rule of the number three, the repeated number three pattern representing both Max, Chloe, and Rachel, and literally just put it right there in front of everyone to see, to be like, if you haven't noticed, here it is. Like, make it more obvious. But maybe that's why Claudia didn't do it. She just wanted to keep it like more subtle instead of being like way more on the nose with it. But it would have been nice if they're just on the above the feathers like Max is here. But still a really good cover. Like, not gonna lie, I would literally buy posters of pretty much all of Claudia's covers for this entire comic run, because they're all really good. Like, even the ones I don't like necessarily likes too much, they're still all really good covers. Especially with the thematic like angles and stuff that she goes with them, and the symbolism and all that stuff. I really like it. All right, so okay, so we have Max's inner thoughts here as we begin the final chapter of the book here. Agent of chaos, or just victim of its whims like anyone else. I've often asked myself which I really am. Okay, so now we have Rachel, Chloe, Tristan, and Max sitting on the beach with a bunch of candles. Like a weird picnic here. And obviously, this is supposed to be like the same location that they've been seeing original Chloe at. And then Max's inner thoughts continue. Somehow, after a path full of missteps and difficult choices, of fearing what I might learn, Max continues, I can't shake the feeling that this is when I get my answer. And then, excuse me. Um, so Max actually says out loud, you're sure? And then Tristan says, I'm sure. And then, I believe this is Tristan who's supposed to be speaking. Yeah, this is Tristan that's supposed to be speaking in this in the box here. Tristan says, "We got this, Max. please, we have to try again. And then Max says, no, no way. And then Tristan says, I mean, you know what you managed back there, what you did. And then Max shouting, I said no, Tristan. While Tristan is still recovering after, I'm pretty sure he fell asleep again when they got back to Max, Rachel, and Chloe's apartment here. And then Max gets up, and then Tristan also sitting up on the couch here. Uh, Tristan says, Max, you were turning back time in another reality through a flicker. I saw it. That is true. That is also true. And also nice confirmation, Tristan, that yes, Max was using her rewind power, but it was being since it was being sent into the original timeline, since it was affecting the original timeline and not this timeline, Tristan was able to see in real time how Max's powers was working. So, thank you, Tristan, for actually confirming that. Also, probably the reason why Tristan was able to see that too is probably because Max and him were holding hands. So they had like physical contact. So that also probably enabled Tristan to actually see the rewind happening and not be affected by it. So Max says frustratingly, yes, you did, and it nearly killed you, and it hurt Chloe. And then Tristan, trying to reassure Max, says, I'm fine. I told you I'm fine. Chloe said the same. And then Tristan continues, what I felt back then through, though, it was strong. It was so strong. I mean, Tristan continues, your power is there, Max. It's stronger than it ever was. And then Max says, whatever you felt, a flicker isn't going to get me home. It's just a window. Um, and then Tristan says, no, to pass through, we need. And then Tristan continues, I know how to open it. Don't ask me how, but I felt it in that moment. And Max obviously sits back down. Um, and then Tristan continues, it makes no sense. How can it? But I felt something change. A door open. And then Max says, Tristan, I. And then Tristan interrupts, don't you want this to go back? And then Max says to Tristan, you know I do. If I could just open the door on my own again, I would. And then Max gets up and says, but if a flicker did that to you, maybe we're just not ready yet. And then Max continues, when we do this, it's got to be right. It will be right. I do love visually in the background here. The whiteboard changed to a butterfly, so now it's a butterfly on there. Nice little visual like references they throw in there that Claudia throws in there. Um, so now Tristan gets up and Tristan says, "Give me a week. It's all I need. I'll get stronger. refine. I know I can do this for you. And Tristan continues, I'll help you and I'll come with you. And then Max, turning around, says, What? And then Tristan says, What's keeping me here? And then Max says, You belong here, Tristan. And then Tristan says, I'm not sure that was ever true. All I've made here is a mess. But even if it is, do you regret your time here, seeing the alternatives? And then Max responds, No, no, I don't. And then Max continues to say, I don't know what's on the other side, even if we manage this. And then Tristan says, I'm willing to take that risk, Max. I don't have a lot to lose. Well, that is true. Tristan is literally like, Tristan is literally the guy that's like, girl, I have no family. My friend got killed when, and I got these powers. I'm homeless. I literally have nothing. This is all I have. If my one purpose to do something positive with my life is to get you back to your own reality, then Tristan's like, fuck it. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. And then Max says, You'd like them, you know. Oh no, Rachel says that. You'll like them, you know. Most of them, some of them. And then we get Rachel and Max sitting on the chilling at the beach. Also, if you haven't noticed by now, we're cutting back and forth between this moment here, this moment here with all of them on the beach at night with the candles and with the picnic blanket and everything gathering together. This is the moment where Tristan and Max are going to try again. And then now we're like cutting back and forth between them getting ready to do this, to try to do this transfer again, and them actually about to do the transfer again. So now we have like this little back and forth, cutting back and forth game between the past and present going on here. So now we're obviously back in the setup part with Max and Rachel on the beach. And then Rachel says, I mean, avoid Zach, but. And then Max says, You make it sound very tempting. And then Max continues, Honestly, the more I hear about the trip, Gladys, the cast, your play, the more torn I feel. And then Rachel says, God, I'm sorry. I don't mean to make this harder. And then Rachel continues, You know, Hamlet is a pretty messed up play. And then Max sarcastically says, You shock me. And then Rachel continues, But I think it's actually helped me process some things. That is true. I do like also how Rachel is like holding Max's hand here, like trying to also comfort her with the whole jumping into another reality, not knowing if it's gonna work, if it's even gonna be possible to even do it. Like, yes, they're seeing original Chloe and stuff on the beach and stuff, but there's still like, can we even get into the transect? And then even if we do get into the transect, are we even going to be able to find our way back to the original timeline anyway? So there's a lot of unknown factors going on in here that can completely fuck over things. Um, and then Rachel continues to say, death shouldn't be a motivator. Losing someone shouldn't be what makes us understand what they are to us. Um, and then Max says, Rachel, I. And then Rachel continues, if Hamlet and Ophelia had been honest with themselves sooner, her life could have meant as much as her leaving it did. And then Rachel, laughing, says, I'm making no sense. And then Max says, hey, neither does a lot of Shakespeare, honestly. At least to me. It's okay, Max, if you don't get it. It's fine. And then Rachel continues, I guess I'm telling you about the cast and tour because I want to plant seeds for me, of me, rosemary for remembrance. Um, Max says, huh? And then Rachel continues, I'm not explaining this well. Rachel continues, Max, if this all works out and I don't want to look back and think of you as someone who left. I want to think of you as someone who was here. And Rachel continues, you being here now matters. Our being friends the last couple of years matters. Rachel continues, I need it to matter because I know where you're going. I And then Max interrupts, I get it. I do. You're right. It matters, Rachel. And Max putting her hand on Rachel's shoulder as Rachel is tearing up over here. Max says, you matter. You're so much more to me than a girl in a missing poster. And then a nice little hug here. Max says, you're my friend, and I'm taking that with me wherever I go. Seeds firmly planted. Ah, fuck. Okay, I need a. Oh, shit. Oh, that was. Oh, that was a tough read to get through without without losing my shit. Ah, excuse me. Oh, oh boy. Ah, shit, man. Oh, my eyes. Okay. Okay, we got about 3 minutes before ads. All right, let's continue, see how far we can get. And then Rachel says, I think I know what she is to you, Max, and how hard it's been for you here. So tell her. And Rachel says, "Tell her I'm happy for you guys." Fuck, man. Fuck, I don't want to use another fucking tissue. God damn it. Ah, this tissue was too small. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh my god, we still only about 2 minutes. Oh my god, why couldn't this happen when it's almost ad break time? I'd be able to take a breather. Oh, I'm definitely gonna take a breather once the ads gets here. Okay, so this is obviously Chloe saying this. So how do we do this? And then Chloe says, in the modern age, people have these camera devices with screens on them. And then Max says, "Shut up. It always used to work fine when it was just me." Okay, so obviously Max is trying to take a picture of both Chloe and Max and with her Polaroid camera here. And then Chloe says, "Oh well, far be it from me to want to ruin a great Maxfield masterpiece." While Max is over here laughing. And then Max says, "Get your butt back here, Price. We're taking this photo." Trying to get some last minute memories and stuff and mementos before possibly leaving. And then there you go. We get the little the picture taken. And then Chloe says, "I still think we could have asked Rachel to take a shot of us." And then Max says, "Hey, here's a thing. Did you know that Anastasia, the Romanov Grand Duchess, took selfies?" Russian Anastasia, like the cartoon? Well, said Chloe, and Max says, "Well, the real one, the one who was shot down with her family in the revolution." And then Chloe responds, "Macabre? I, I did not." Uh, and that should be. Yep, ads are gonna be starting. Okay, now I could take my my little breather here. Uh, my much needed breather. So ads are starting, so we're gonna take a little break while ads get ready to go, and then we will continue once ads are done. Oh boy. Okay, so ads just started, so in about 2.5 minutes, we'll continue. Oh boy. Ooh, this has been heavy. And we're not even at the heaviest part. Ooh. Ooh, that's not great. Ooh, that is not a great feeling. You ever get that shitty feeling, if that ever happened to anyone, where you're drinking something and then you end up burping while you have something that you drank like in your mouth at the same time. Ooh, that was not a great feeling. Ooh. Ah, boy. Oh. Do, 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 do. Ah. All right, what do we got here? About coming up on a minute left of ads. Ah. All right, about 30 seconds. About 30 seconds. We got 20 seconds. All right, here we go. Do, 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 do. Alrighty. All right, let's continue. And Max says, of course she used a mirror, but still, those photos that she took had no third party, no outside eye. They came they come directly to us from her across the ages. A long gone girl capturing her own image and immortalizing it. Well, that's one way of thinking of a selfie. Max continues, I know it sounds silly, but I still think selfies are powerful like that. Clearly, from that description, Max. Max continues, I've not taken a single one since I got here. I couldn't. So I wanted my first to be of us both. That I can definitely see that. And then Chloe says, okay, you officially just made me rethink my stance on the humble selfie. I know, right? Um, so uh, Chloe says, as they both look at the photo together, um, says, though I'm not sure we really captured the gravity of their importance here. And then Max says, I think it's perfect. And then Max, giving the photo to Chloe here, also says, here. And then Chloe says, it's for me. And Max responds, mm hmm. And then while holding the photo and looking at it, Chloe says, so what happens if you leave? Do you start to vanish from the photo back to the future style? Well, certainly hope not, because that would lead to a bunch of other issues. And then Max says, I wish I knew. I don't think so. That would be crazy, right? Honestly, it hurts my brain to ask too many questions. I I bet, Max. And then as they both sit there next to Gladys here, Chloe says, like, how did I know the High Seas lyrics before I heard their songs? Max says, right, or why did you sculpt a storm of all things for Tammy? See, even they're asking those questions. And then Chloe says, well, I mean, I was just riffing on the pirate theme, you know? And then Max says, maybe. And then Max continues, or maybe. And then Chloe interrupts, it's more than deja vu, isn't it? And Chloe continues, it's the same crazy connection that meant I felt it when you saw her. Me, that flicker thing. Chloe continues, but underneath all that cosmic strangeness, there's us. Chloe and Max. Also, a nice little shot of the selfie they took, so you could kind of see it a little clearer. And then Chloe continues, it's hard to fight my natural selfish tendencies, you know, but Chloe continues, I know my part in all this. And Chloe also continues, and I promise to try. Okay, and now we're all caught up. Now we're all caught up on everything that all of the setup and everything. We're caught up on all of that. And now we're finally at the moment where we're going to where we're gonna finally make the attempt to try to jump. All right, so everybody got their holding the hands, and Tristan is over here concentrating, and so is Max. And Tristan says something's happening, and then Rachel says, while looking at Chloe, Rachel says, Chloe, and then Chloe says, it's okay, it's okay. This is different. It's not a flicker. But obviously, Chloe is also feeling something, because obviously, Chloe is connected to everything that's happening. And then Max says, is everyone okay? Clearly you're not, Max, because where the fuck are you? Because you are clearly not on a beach. And there are references in this. Okay, well, this is clearly the transect, but it's clearly not supposed to look like this, because it was all like white and ethereal and looking happy the last time when Max jumped through. This is more dark and depressing and shattered, because the portals into the other timelines, they look like cracked shards of glass. So something is clearly not right here. This is obviously Victoria here. So we have Victoria here. I think this is supposed to be Samantha. I think that might be Samantha. This is Kate. Because I assume this is Kate, because this looks like they're in a hospital. And this looks like when Kate was like drawing in the hospital. So I assume that's Kate. This is. I can't really make out who this is. I'm assuming that might be Nathan. Let me see. Uh, mm, maybe, can't really tell. I think it might be Nathan. Oh no, that's probably. I think that on closer inspection, now that I'm looking at the book, I think this girl over here, I think that might be Alyssa. Yeah, that might be Alyssa. Like on Max's left side here, right above her head. I think that's Alyssa. Because now that I see in the book, the girl kind of looks a little. Ooh, excuse me, looks a little chunky, and that reminds me of Alyssa, so that's probably Alyssa. And then all the way at the top here, that's clearly Warren and Brooke there. So Warren and Brooke up there. And I don't know who the kissing pair is. The guy kissing like the girl down here on the bottom next to Max's leg. I don't know. Don't know who that's supposed to be. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a young William and a young Chloe or something maybe. I don't know. Either way, let's continue. And then Max says, her inner thoughts say, "Did we do it?" But this isn't how I remember it. That's exactly what I said, Max. And then we have, I think this is supposed to be Courtney and Taylor. Courtney and Taylor over here on the side. And then now we're back um, in the regular reality here. And then Rachel says, "My God, is it working?" And then Chloe says, "Max." And then Tristan is over here still concentrating, while Max is clearly like kind of looking a little ghostly because now she's all like transparent and shit. So that's something. And then Max is still transparent and stuff like that. And then uh, Chloe obviously concerned, trying to reach out to Max, and then Rachel is obviously stopping her. And Rachel says, "Chloe, no. Remember what Max said. No physical contact. It's dangerous." And then Chloe says, "How the hell are we supposed to?" And then Rachel says, "I know this is gonna be hard." And then, well, obviously this is supposed to be Tristan in pain. Yep, and Tristan is feeling the pain now because now he's starting to uh, keel over a little bit. Um, Rachel says, "Tristan," and then Chloe says, "How is this even meant to go? How do we know if it's going badly?" I believe it is going badly. Um, and then Chloe obviously in shock because Tristan just literally just poofed away. And Rachel says, "That's a good sign, right?" I don't know. We'll see. Um, little ghost looking Max over here is still there. So, up and now Ghosty Max is also gone. And then Chloe says, I fucking hope so. Yeah, I know you hope is a good sign. And meanwhile, inside the very fucked up trans sect that's going on here, Max's inner thoughts say, this feels all wrong. Yeah, it is all wrong. I'm trying to notice any. Okay, I think this is supposed to be Principal Wells, maybe? That's obviously the same Victoria reference there. This is Alyssa, I assume. And then this, okay, we got someone with a baby on the top left side. Let me see. Let me see, who is that? Hold on, I need more light. There we go. That's supposed to be Alyssa again? I don't know. I have no idea who the person with the baby is in that corner, but whatever, I guess. And then Max's inner thoughts continue. No, I don't. Oh, look, it's Nathan and his shitty ass dad. Hoo boy. I don't think nobody wants to go in that reality. Shit, I wouldn't want to go there. Jesus. And then Max is like, what? Oh, and then Tristan poofs in to tackle Max out of the way of the Prescott reality of shards of, well, like I said, shards of glass. So apparently it was floating towards her and she was about to get hit by it. And then Tristan just poofs in and tackles her to make sure she doesn't get hit by it. And then Tristan says, you okay? And then Max says, probably not. You? And then Tristan responds, definitely not. And then Tristan continues, holy, the intor the enormity of this is just hitting me. So many paths, infinite possible choices. Yeah, I know, right? What is that supposed to be Rachel's mom? Is that supposed to be Sarah? Probably. Because it's somebody with really long hair and then they have like an arm sleeve tattoo. Unless that's supposed to be another Chloe variant. And then Max says, it's different than before. And then Tristan says, what are all of these different realities? Clearly different possibilities. Hey, is that Pisshead? No, I see a band or something over there. Is that Pisshead? No, that's I think that might be Tammy. I think that probably is the High Seas. This one, I have no idea. Because it's clearly somebody next to a truck or something. I don't know. That might be another Chloe variant. I have no clue. It's kind of small to tell. And then Max says, they're all the realities that could have been mine. And then we get some of the same realities that we were seeing in the other panels, because this is uh, the same Victoria shot, and then this is the same Courtney and Taylor shot. It's just that they're like mirrored, because they were like this was like facing the opposite direction last time, so this literally got mirrored. And then yes, that's a clearer picture, and that's obviously Tammy. So that's the high seas as Tristan and Max walk through the transect to try to figure out what the fuck is even happening. And then Tristan, looking down, says, I opened the door, but I don't think I'm meant to be in here. And then Tristan, looking, obviously, what he was looking down at, he was looking down at this. Tristan shouting, crap, crap. And then Max, grabbing Tristan, says, right now, I don't know that either of us should be here. Because clearly, wherever you are is wrapping something around you to do something. So whatever is in here is clearly angry. And obviously you gotta run. And then Max says, can you close it? Can we go back? And then Tristan says, hang on, as his legs seem to be disappearing. Because, like, disappearing in chunks. Oh, okay, that's who it's supposed to be. Because now you get a clearer shot of it. It is supposed to be the high seas just chilling on their tour van. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, thank you for clearing that up with some of the clearer panels. What about the panel in the corner? Because I see somebody in the panel in the corner. Oh, it's the panel with the baby and the lady or whatnot again. That's fine. Okay, back in the real world, I guess. Rachel says, "How long do we wait?" And then Chloe says, "Something's wrong. Something feels wrong." As Chloe and Rachel are holding hands, trying to try to figure out if anything's working. And then Rachel says, "Are you sure? I don't want to doubt you, but what if?" And then as they say that, Rachel says, "Holy crap," because Tristan literally just poofed back in. And then Tristan, realizing what happened, says no. And then trying to focus again, saying shit. And then there you go, Tristan poofs right back. And then Chloe, like reaching out for him, trying to figure out what's going on, says, "Wait, what's going on, Tristan?" And then Chloe shouts, "Tristan," again. And then Chloe's hitting the ground, saying, "Fucking fuck, what can we do?" Nothing at the moment. Because, like, what can you do but just sit there and wait? And obviously, Rachel over here trying to console her a little bit. And then we're cutting back to the transect again. And Max's inner thoughts. saying Chloe, and then Tristan poofing back in. Max openly saying out loud says, Tristan, you came back? And then Tristan says, yeah, yeah, I came back. That's apparently what I do now. and then, and Tristan, well, holding Max's hand while they're running, Tristan says, I can't take you back that way, but there's no way I'm leaving you here. Um, Max says, I thank you, as Tristan is again being uh, erased over here. Well, not erased, but whatever the place is clearly rejecting Tristan because it keeps trying to throw him out. And then Max realizes, seeing something, says, Tristan up ahead. And then, okay, so it's obviously OG Chloe here that they see. And Max says, we found it. Oh my god, I found her. And then Tristan says, I see it. Go, go. And then Tristan says, this is it, Max. I'll see you on the other, as Tristan reaches out for the portal. And then, assumedly, he goes through. And then Max reaches out for it also. And Max technically does go through, but not the going through that she was hoping would happen. And obviously, she looks back in disbelief. And then just curls up in a fetal position, just staring at the portal, like saying, right, right. And Max continues, I was never in control, was I? And the portal disappears, and Max says, I was always dust. And Max continues, there's an odd piece in that. Maybe this is how it was always meant to be. What, be trapped in this fucked up transect here that kind of looks like the walls are closing in on you type of thing? Like all the darkness and stuff is like about to like swallow Max like whole here. And then Max realizing something's happening, and now there's a bunch of light. And okay, well somehow Chloe was able to pull Max out, and in a lot of pain clearly because Chloe has a big ass nosebleed going on there. Um, and Chloe says, "I got you, Max. I got you." And obviously, Rachel, with crying over there, says, "Oh my God, thank God." And then Max says, "Chloe, Rachel," and then Chloe says, "I'm afraid so. You're still here with us." And then Rachel says, "We had to pull you back. You were." And then Chloe says, "It looked bad." And then Chloe continues, "Did I do the wrong thing?" And then Max says, "No, no, it wasn't working for me. It wasn't right. You saved me." Yeah, because I don't know, what if you would have left her in there, the transect, I don't know, probably would have torn her apart, erased her from reality, or what. But we're not gonna know because obviously Chloe pulled her out, so. And then Chloe says, thank fuck for that. And then Rachel obviously asking the obvious question, Tristan? And Max says he's gone, but Max continues, he made it. And so I know it's possible. It's possible. And then obviously going back to, I assume they're back at Paul's. I assume they're back at Paul's. Um, Max explains, when I was seeing flickers, the location seemed to matter. The same physical space at the same time. And then Chloe says, but wasn't I on the beach in the flicker you and Tristan saw? And then Max continues, when I saw her, I was so focused on her, but I swore she flickered somewhere else. A different beach. Felt so familiar and yet. And then Paul interrupts here, saying, closing time, ladies. And then obviously everyone gets their coats on and everything, getting ready to leave. Paul says, Tammy's crew really took a shine to you guys, you know. Stayed an extra night because of you. And then Chloe says, we can't help being so damn likable. And then as they're leaving, Max says, stayed an extra. Chloe, do you have that high seas tour list? Okay, so taking it out, Max looks it over. And then Chloe says, not sure this is the time to. And then Max interrupts, she was wearing a high seas shirt with her logo, your logo on it. Exactly. Max continues, L.A. Joe Lala, the first stop on their route. I knew I recognized that beach. And then Rachel says, where we went for for a day trip last year. And then Chloe says, that's just a few hours away. And then Max says, Chloe, the other you, my Chloe. And then uh, Chloe chimes in and says, she is on tour with the high seas. Exactly. Exactly. So there's your little connection on like why original Chloe was in the same spot. Well, close to the same spot. But yeah. Um all right. So okay, in these boxes, in the text boxes here, this is clearly original Chloe writing this letter. So so let me so original Chloe writes, it's me again, Maximus. Another letter to the void that I hope you'll see one day. Um, and then Rachel says, let's get this cosmic road trip plan rolling. And then Max says, plan is a strong word, more like a cosmic hope. And obviously, Chloe over here looking over, making sure they packed everything, making sure everything's ready. So, original Chloe continues writing, a day I'll finally tell you how I came home from that memorial to find our room, our things, your graffiti on the bean barn tables, every trace of you exactly as it had been. how I lied to so many people but kept it together because I knew that it meant that you hadn't been rewritten. And original Chloe continues to write that you had a place here reserved and waiting. So so Chloe write Chloe says, we have a lead. If being in the same place makes a difference, we got to try it, right? Even with Tristan MIA right now, which Chloe says as ruffling Max's hair there. And then original Chloe continues writing, after a while, I remembered what you said about the way paths would open and close. And then Max says, and for now, I get to come on a crazy blowout road trip with you guys. And then Rachel says, a win, a palatable win. Look at Rachel being optimistic. And Rachel's back to wearing the her feather earring as a necklace. As they all get into Gladys and get this show on the road, get this road trip going. Max says, I guess we can run lines with you en route, Ophelia. And then Rachel says, hey, I'd appreciate that. And then original Chloe continues to write, how you could find your way back if the light was strong enough. And then Chloe says here, woo yeah, let's go pirate hunting, mateys. We find the pirates, we find the girl, and the girl is me. And then original Chloe continues to write, so I stopped mourning you and started living for you. OG Chloe continues writing, I was determined to shine so fucking bright that mine would be the only door you could possibly choose. I'd be your lighthouse. OG Glowy continues writing, I loved your ghost. I never stopped. I'm still waiting. You're Chloe. And then OG Chloe looks up, noticing something. And then OG Chloe says, hello? And to be continued. So that is the end of book 3. So oh look, there's the there's the cover that I mentioned or that I noticed they didn't show earlier. Oh well, they show it here. Wow, they showed it very late. Well, whatever. Here's a nicer look at the cover I was describing earlier. All my points still stand. Uh, and here's the variant covers here. So the video game cover for issue 9, the Chloe's tank top shirt cover, the little variant cover here. I actually like this variant cover. I like the art style of this here. Who did this? Roberta Ingrata. I'm butchering the hell out of that name, but Roberta did a good job on this cover. I do like that cover. Then we got Chloe's tank top cover, and then we get obviously Hot Dog Man T-shirt, and then we get Chloe's another Chloe tank top, which this was what, episode 5? This was the last shirt that Chloe wore at the end of the original game. So there's that. Because this was, what was it? Episode 5 was this one. No, episode 4. Episode 4 was the skull. Episode 3 was the heart. And then we have a little rough sketch on on Claudia's process of making the main cover art of the book. The whole flowers, I mean not flowers, the whole butterflies. And then obviously the cover that I just pointed out with the whole selfie thing for the Everyday Heroes contest photo that Max was gonna go with. Mm, hold on, let me see what was, because it's kind of hard to read this. Can we zoom into it? Okay, there you go. Okay, so follow Claudia's cover for issue 10 from concept to completion. So it says any cover starts with a rough sketch, a rough concept, or in some cases, a brief from an editor using existing artwork as here. Spirals are a strong motif in Life is Strange, and the original concept had photographs swirling around Max as she reached out to grab one. Bonus points if you can guess which panel this image of Max is from. Hint, it's from Volume 2 Waves, which this is from when Tristan is going to get shot by the drug dealers, and when Max reaches out and then rewinds for the first time. Well, the first time in the comics. So, and then we have step 2. Says butterflies were swapped in for photographs at the rough pencil stage, and the angle was changed both to create a more visually dynamic composition and to center the spiral itself. The result gave a visual sense of rising, emphasizing the butterfly effect. Pun intended. I see what you did there. And then step 3, the autumnal tones of the butterflies matched the background color too closely on the first color pass, drawing too much focus from the central blue butterfly. Yeah, I could see that. And then we got, what's this? Step 4. Claudia's original roughs contained the key. Bringing in a rainbow effect to the swarm allowed the palette to swoop up from hot reds as Max's feet at Max's feet to cold blues at her fingertips, while still keeping the blue butterfly distinct. And then step 5, and voila, the finished cover, bringing in some of the orange hue at the base of the image gave it back some depth, and emphasizing the height at which Max is reaching. Yep, that is definitely true. And then obviously, um, callback cover recreating the iconic promotional shot of Max's wall of Polaroids, this time updated with shots and events from all across the first game, reminding us and Max of everyone she lost in Arcadia Bay. That is true. And across different timelines because you had wheelchair Chloe in there. Uh, hello? There we go. Okay, so obviously we have shots of rough sketches of Max, Rachel. We even got their pajamas, their different outside outfits, and then their pajamas on the end here of all of them. And then we got obviously Gladys. And then little preview of next of the next one with the road trip begins. So that would be book 4. So we got, I don't know why the thing's not. Okay, obviously the bios here for Emma, Claudia, and Andrea again, and the back cover, obviously, which I already read those quotes and everything already. So, what the hell? Ah, come on. All right. So obviously the 4. That's book 4 next time. So, ah, hey Charlie, welcome with your see the Charlie letting me know they're lurking around. Charlie with the lurking. Um. Okay, so that is book 3 done, and this would be book 4 next time. So that is going to be sweet. Uh, uh, what you mean, Charlie? Charlie said I did it again, huh? Oh, what did you do? What did you do, Charlie? If if you're referring to that we're already finishing up and stuff. Oh, that Charlie showed up too late. Oh, yeah, it is the end of the. We did finish the end of the book. Yeah, we did finish the end of the book. Yeah, yeah. We just wrapped up. We just wrapped up book 3, and then book 2 is gonna be book 2. Book 4 is gonna be next time. So book 4 next time. Oh no, no worries, Charlie. No worries, Charlie. That's what, just like you said, that hey, you catch up on the VODs. That's exactly what they're there for. That's exactly what they're there for. Don't worry about it. Charlie said been watching in small chunks. Hey, that's fine. Like I said, the VODs are there so everyone can watch on at their own pace. They can watch them all on their at their own pace. That's what they're there for. But but in any case, that is the end of that is uh, the end of this video. But but next time, book 4, because we have finally reached the halfway point. Because there are 6 books in total, and we just finished book 3, so we just reached the halfway point. So, and things have been crazy so far. So, and things are just gonna get even crazier. So, can't wait for y'all to experience that and whatnot on how crazy things get. But the biggest thing, which was obviously the biggest cliffhanger at the end of book 3, is who was original Chloe talking to? Who did she notice show up when as she was finishing writing her letter? Which the fact of Chloe writing a letter to Max that she knows Max isn't going to be able to read is also a nice callback to Before the Storm, because in Before the Storm, Chloe's journal was literally just Chloe writing letters to Max about like the events of the game that was happening. So it's also a fun little callback of to that, with her writing that letter. Um, but yeah, but definitely something to leave you all pondering as to who did Chloe see? Who was she talking to at the end? Also, very big missed opportunity at the end of the book, because the book ended with "to be continued," when the other 2 books ended with the classic "this action will have consequences," or "this will have consequences." Was it had, or "this action will have consequences"? Oh, okay. "This action will have consequences." See, I was right. I was right originally. But yeah, they should have kept that going. They should have kept that going. That's kind of disappointing that they didn't keep it going though. But but you know what? I will keep it going for them. This action will have consequences. There. Okay? If they don't want to keep it going, I'll keep it going. uh but with that being said, I hope everyone who's watching and who will watch in the future or whatnot, enjoys and has been enjoying the book so far and how the story has been going. So hopefully everyone's been enjoying it. Because as I've said, I always enjoy reading through the comics. Like it's always a fun, emotional read, especially when especially when the games are always as vivid in my mind as they always are, because I've played the games like so many times that it's always like a fresh, like a pretty fresh experience, just remembering them. So it can be pretty emotional, as my tissue here has demonstrated with my tears and everything, as I was especially reading the whole exchange between Rachel and Max on the beach. That one, that one hits hard. The Because that is probably the biggest plus, as I said, with these books, is the one-on-one interactions that they give Rachel and Max to have, because those interactions, a lot of those interactions are very heartfelt, and they carry a lot of like a lot of meaning. Like is it like I said, these comics do have like a lot of fan servicey stuff going on. Is Max and Rachel talking and interacting a bunch of fan service? Is it a bunch of fan service? Yes. But the main difference between it is there is a such thing as good fan service and bad fan service. These comics are a great example of good fan service, because it's giving you those fan servicey moments, but it's serving a point to emphasize like the plot of the story, and to emphasize the different themes and stuff of the story. It's not just there just to be a cool like a little fan servicey thing, and be like, haha, remember this? It was like, this is what you wanted, right? Yay. It's like, no, it needs to serve a point. Like, there needs to be a point to it. And the fan servicey stuff in this is written, and it's handled to the point where it's like it doesn't feel gratuitous. It doesn't feel superfluous. It doesn't feel like it's just a pandering thing. It it fits in the story, and it comes off very natural. That, yes, this is naturally what would happen as the story goes in the directions that it goes in. So, but yeah, but uh Charlie with the awe. Oh yeah, you'll definitely see all of that on the VODs. You'll definitely see all of that on the VODs and stuff when you watch it. cause cause my voice definitely starts cracking as I'm reading the line. My voice does start to crack, and then I have to compose myself and push through it. And then once I'm done, I'm like, yeah, I need to pull out the tissue, because that I was like, I can't break in the middle of in the middle of trying to read it. I was like, no, let me finish reading it, and then I'll take a minute. And that's pretty much what happened. Like I finished reading it, and then I had to take a minute. But yeah, it's not gonna be the last time that's gonna happen during the course of this. During the rest of this. These last three books that we still got left. It ain't gonna be the last time that's gonna happen to me. I can guarantee that. But yeah, so so as always, I've been Jr. Thank you all for watching. Thank uh thank everybody who obviously in the chat and everything. Thank Jaquette for the raid earlier and whatnot, and thank all the lurkers and everything that you know pop in and whatnot and stuff. Thank you all, and uh, I will catch you all in the next one. Later, everybody.